Pretty much the only thing I get when I go to Subway is a pizza sub. I love pizza. I love sandwiches. I love pizza sandwiches. Anyway. Oh my fucking god. Search bar, go away. Jesus Christ. Wizards has a bad website. Anyway, Armed with Proof. It's a 3-mana enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, investigate twice. Clues you control are equipment in addition to their other types and have equipped creature gets +2/+0 and equip 2. That's weird, but okay. I'm of the opinion that that's stupid. Get to look for fucking low number cards, baby. Alright. Immortal Obligation. 2-mana instant. Return target creature card from an opponent's graveyard to the battlefield under your control with a duty counter on it. For as long as that creature has a duty counter, it is goated, can't attack you or a permanent you control, and can't block creatures you control. Oh, under their control. I'm fucking stupid. Return target creature card from an opponent's graveyard to the battlefield under their control. Only that creature has a counter on it. It's goated, can't attack you and permanents you control. Can't block creatures you control. I guess that's like a political tool where you're like, hey, I'll like put that creature back into play if you're gonna use the ETB to kill a thing. MagicSpoiler.com. I'm pretty sure that's what I was just looking at. No, maybe not. Yeah, it's not in order. I found out how to do this one, so. Yeah, this card's fine. Kind of cool. Kid lancing the shit out of stuff. Oh my god, this art. Merchant of Truth. 2 double white angel detective. It's a 2/5 with flying. Whenever a non-token creature you control dies, investigate. Clues you control have exalted. Clues you control have exalted. That's sick. Whenever a non-token creature you control dies, investigate. It's a 4-mana 2/5 with flying. I like it. I like the card. I never understand how to properly build around a card like this, though. Because you want non-token creatures to die. But you also want to be attacking with essentially one creature. No, I know. I love this card. God, the art's so great. I love the mana cost to power toughness. I love that card. It's fantastic. I don't care what anyone says. Otherworldly Escort. 3 and a white for a 4/3 human detective with flash. When it dies, if it's not a spirit, returns to the battlefield under its owner's control with 4 charge counters on it. It's a spirit detective. 2 and tap, remove a charge counter from Otherworldly Escort. Destroy target creature that dealt damage to you this turn. Jesus Christ. So you get... You get double value on this guy. It's a 4/3 flash, so you can come in, surprise someone with a block situation and kill it. And then you get to just sit there and be like, if you hit me, I'm going to destroy your shit. I like it. It's kind of cool. Redemption Arc. 3-mana enchant aura. Enchanted creature has indestructible and is goated. You can also pay 1 and a white to exile enchanted creature. That's hilarious. There's no sorcery restriction on it. It's legit just like, hey, by the way, you get to keep this creature. It's gonna be indestructible, but you can't hit me. And if you fuck around, you're gonna find out. I like it. I think it's cool. Crime doesn't pay nearly as well as the agency. Hilarious. Serene Sleuth. 2 mana, 2/2 human detective. When it enters the battlefield, investigate. At the beginning of combat on your turn, investigate for each goated creature you control. Then each creature you control is no longer goated. What the fuck? Huh? At the beginning of combat on your turn, investigate for each goated creature you control. Then each creature you control is no longer goated. What the fuck? What? Huh? I get the name because you're relaxed. You can't be goaded into attacking. You're serene. Cool. I get it. These two things don't have anything to fucking do with each other. I mean, cool, I guess. Trouble in pairs. 2 white. You ungoad yourself? Yeah, but it's good if you're being goaded, but this has to be on the battlefield already. Unless you have a way to flash it in. Oh wait, no, I'm stupid. This is the beginning of your combat, not the beginning of your upkeep. That's my bad. That's my bad. It's the beginning of combat, not your upkeep. I'll shut the fuck up. Anyway, Trouble in Pairs. Form an enchantment. If an opponent would begin an extra turn, that player skips that turn instead. Get fucked. Whenever an opponent attacks you with 2 or more creatures, draws their second card each turn, or casts their second spell each turn, you draw a card. Hell yeah. Whenever an opponent attacks you with 2 or more creatures, draws their second card each turn, or This is the first version of this card that I think is good. Because it does all of the things. It's like Mangara of Korondor. But he doesn't do all of the things. I like this card. Going straight into my Daxos deck. True Identity. It's a 2-mana enchantment. Whenever it or another permanent you control is turned face up, scry 1, then draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. And its disguise cost is a single white. Okay. White isn't really the color of morphs, though. If I'm thinking of morph, I'm thinking of blue-green first. Let's go back here. I know that Animar is a morph commander, so I legitimately think that's the easiest way to get morph. Shit. I just wanted morph. God damn it. Games. Okay. Oh, wait. I'm very smart. Yeah, there's not a single white card here. I mean, I guess maybe there's a new white morph commander that I'm not recalling. It's fine. Unexplained Absence. Wait. Okay, yeah, so you can just do these on... It counts once per turn, but you can still get the value from someone else's turn. It's fine. Unexplained Absence. 4 mana for an instant. For each player, exile up to 1 target non-land permanent that player controls. For each permanent exiled this way, its controller cloaks the top card of their library. Interesting. It's up to 1. It's cool. Up to 1 target. It's non-land permanent. White Chaos Orb? Yeah, but white should have Chaos Orb. White is allowed to have stuff like this. So was blue, for what it's worth. Red is allowed to do it to not enchantments, is the main thing. The reason Chaos Warp is not a red card is because it's not supposed to be allowed to do it to enchantments. White is allowed to exile pretty much anything. Yeah, white's allowed to exile pretty much anything. White also is allowed to give people tiny shit. It's funny. I think the art's really cool. Yeah, I mean that's very true. If they hit a spell, they're fucked. I mean they get a 2/2, but yeah. It's up to. I like that. You get to choose to possibly target your own permanent if like something bad happened to it. If your land's on fire, unfortunately this can't help because it says non-land permanent. I like this card. It's cool. Veiled Ascension. 4 mana with great art. White enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, put a flying counter on each face-down creature you control. Face-down creatures you control enter the battlefield with flying counters on them. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may cloak the top card of your library. Fucking cool, dude. Okay, so another support for some white disguise. It gives your creepy 2/2s flying. It's cool. I like it. It's cool. Hey, look, it's the Vow. Case of the... I'm getting real fucking sick of this search bar coming up every 5 fucking seconds. Case of the Shifting Visage. 1 blue at the beginning of your upkeep, surveil 1. To solve, there are 15 or more cards in your graveyard. Solved. Whenever you cast a non-legendary creature spell, copy that spell. Ooh! Beginning of your upkeep, surveil 1. To solve, there are 15 or more cards in your graveyard. Not even creature cards specifically, just cards? That is not hard to do. Whenever you cast a non-legendary creature spell, copy that spell. Whenever you cast a non-legendary creature spell, copy that spell. That's fucking dope. Unfortunately, I don't think this card would work very well in my Riku creature deck, which I have not fucking... my Anhedonia has made it so I have not done like anything that I theoretically want to do. But this is cool. Cause you can play it in like a deck that has a lot of creatures that mill yourself. That's kind of cool. I like it. Copy Catchers. 2 mana, 2/1, Flying Fairy. Whenever you surveil, you may pay 1 in a blue. If you do, create a token that's a copy of Copy Catchers. Yo! That's sick. More surveil support. Doubling my Spark Double to get more legendaries. Yo! Thinking with portals. I'm thinking of Clever Impersonator. So you cast Clever Impersonator, getting 2 copies of... Oh, wait, never mind. I forgot that being solved isn't a copyable characteristic. Never mind. But still, yeah, no, yeah. Double your Spark Doubles. Copy Catchers, we got some more doubling. And Surveil support, which is cool. Detective of the Month. 2 in a blue, 2/3 human detective with Ascend. Fucking, I love how people are just like cheering her on. It's hilarious. As long as you have the Sitting's Blessing, detectives you control can't be blocked. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, create a 2/2 detective. Hilarious. Final Word Phantom. 3 mana, 1/4, Spirit Detective with Flying and Flash. During each opponent's end step, you may cast spells as though they had flash. That's a fun thing. Like, this is the type of thing I've been talking about, where I want Wizard to play around with timing more. So this doesn't just give your things flash. It gives them flash on the condition it's specifically their end step. I just read the flavor text. This is a Columbo reference. I love it. I do wish he had a cigar in his mouth. Or like, even just like a hint of a cigar in his pocket. That'd be great. But there's a very obvious Columbo reference. That's his, that was his like catchphrase. It's like, just one more thing. You know, after stream, I'm going to watch Columbo compilations. It's great. I love this card. Anything that experiments with timing, I think is really cool. Follow the bodies. Ooh, a card with Gravestorm. Fucking love it. I love when wizards will randomly bring back a thing like once. 3 mana Gravestorm. It's a sorcery. So when you cast the spell, copy it for each permanent put into a graveyard from the battlefield this turn, and you investigate. So if someone just like, what? Oh shit, this is a sorcery. Wait, how? So notably, it's not permanent card. So it works with you sacrificing tokens. Dang. Being blue in sorcery speed is a little bit limited. Bitter Ordeal isn't the same because Bitter Ordeal is way easier to do because it's black. So you being able to sacrifice your own shit is like very simple. So I think Follow the Bodies only kind of works in a deck that uses sacrificing artifacts and tokens thereof. I like it. I'm a little disappointed, but I still like it. I don't know why the Sphinx didn't show up. Tangled Trove Kelp. 5 blue for an artifact creature clue plant into 6/6. What the fuck? Why is it an artifact? Okay, whatever. Has Ward 2. At the beginning of each combat, other clues you control become 6/6 plant creatures in addition to their other types until end of turn. And it has the clue effect. This card has the clue effects. The other things that are already clues will keep their clue effects. Even experienced detectives can be strung along by planted evidence. Hilarious. That's kind of dope. I mean, it costs 7, but it does have Ward. I kind of wish it gave your clues Ward when there are creatures. But I mean, this is a finisher for a deck that's playing with clues. So that's kind of cool. Old school Lonus. You're lame. That's when you sack a clue. That's not really what you're looking for. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I'm just liking the Lonus there. Cool. Hey, clue. With the ghost, though? Huh? With this ghost? Or a different ghost? Also, are you talking about the clue? Oh, Follow the Bodies. I'm stupid. True. With the ghost, yes. Follow the Bodies, yes. I mean, blue has ways of giving things instant speed. Leyline of Anticipation and Leyline and Vidalcan Orrery. Oh shit, I skipped things. Watcher of Hours. Why is that Sphinx fucking yoked? Holy shit. It's giving Captain America. 5 and a blue for a 6/6 Sphinx with flying Ward 3. Whenever you remove a time counter from Watcher of Hours while it's exiled, surveil 1. It has 1 and a blue to suspend 6. Interesting. I might put that in my Doctor Who deck. I have to do something with that fucking deck, man. That deck is the most complicated deck I've ever played. It's insane. Hey, look, enemy dead. Charnel Serenade. 4 black. Surveil, it's sorcery. Surveil 3, then return a creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. Exile the Serenade with... Sick! Exile the Serenade with 3 time counters on it. Suspend 3 for 2 and a blue, 2 and a black. I love this cycle of cards. Duplicate. Advanced. Text. Suspend 3. So we have Arcblade, Charnel Serenade, Chromatic Escape, Cyclical Evolution, Festering March, Inspiring Refrain, Reality Strobe. We have more of these than I thought. Rousing Refrain, Venture Forth. I love it. I like these cards because you get to keep repeating it. Obviously, the best one is Chromatic Escape. Until your next turn, creatures can attack you. Remove this from the game. 3 time counters on it. So you cast it, and then you just have ways of either having more upkeeps or removing more time counters. Cough, cough. The doctor, and it's just like, hey, you can never attack me for the rest of the game. Get fucked. It's so good. I love it. I love it. I mean, it comes with finality counters. There are ways to move counters around. I think especially in black, of like all of the colors. I think especially in black. And for what it's worth, I hope they continue to do this going forward. I much prefer finality counters because typically, like on average, it is going to exile the creature, right? But in some scenarios, you're going to be in a situation where you get to reuse that creature, and I appreciate that. Like, one of the things I don't like about cards that use my graveyard is when they exile them. I'm like, fucking stop! I want to use them again. It's cool. I like it. Dogged. Oh my fucking god! I just got jump scared. Oh, Dog Detective. 2 mana, 2/1 Human Rogue. When it enters the battlefield, Surveil 2. Whenever an opponent draws their second card each turn, you may return Dog Detective from your graveyard to your hand. Cool. It's whatever. I don't want to talk about the card on the right. I don't like it. Why are its wings so fucking small? Why does it have eyelashes that are so detailed? What the fuck? I legitimately don't like this. Eye of Duskmantle. 5 black for a 3/8 eye creature. Flying and lifelink. You may play lands and cast spells from among cards in your graveyard you've surveilled this turn. If you cast a spell this way, you may pay life equal to its mana value rather than paying its mana cost. Oh no, sorry, it's not you may. It's you pay life. Okay. I was about to say that's kind of weird. I mean, it's cool. How do you think of lifelinks? I don't fucking want to know, frankly. I don't like it. Foreboding Steamboat. Rakdos Party Cruise. 3 black for a 5/7 vehicle. When it enters the battlefield, each player chooses 2 non-token, non-vehicle creatures they control, exile them until it leaves the battlefield. Whenever this thing attacks, put a card exiled with it into its owner's graveyard. If you do, investigate. Cool. This is very similar to the, I think it was a slime, gelatinous ooze. So you get to exile stuff. For what it's worth, your opponent gets to choose, but it is non-token, non-vehicle. So it makes it, you're more likely to hit a good creature. And then when it attacks, you get to, and it's only accrued 2, which is pretty good. It's a 5/7. Yeah, no, I like it. It's good. I like it. Creepy card. Reprinting Reanimate. It's cool. I mean, Toxic Deluge as well. I'm liking some of these reprints. Oh, this Twilight Prophet with this art is so pretty. Unshakable Tail. Oh, Tail the noun. Not Shut up. 3-mana 3/2 zombie detective. I love this art. When it enters the battlefield and at the beginning of your upkeep, surveil 1. Whenever one or more creature cards are put into your graveyard from your library, investigate. Pay 2 Psychic Clue, return this from your graveyard to your hand. It's a zombie that comes back. I'm always a fan of those. Jesus Christ. The fucking art is it's a dude with a crowbar shoved through his head. Obviously he's dead. And he's just like accosting this random civilian on the street. Like, have you seen this man? Wait a minute. That's himself. What the f? He's asking this person if he's seen this man. But that man is him. Look, the little purple chin patch, the hair part is similar. They got the same glasses and ears. Dude's delusional. Boltbender. 4-mana 4/2 Goblin Wizard. Disguise of 1 and a red. When it's turn face up, you may choose new targets for any number of other spells and or abilities. That's funny. Ugh. New Brush Taunter art. I will say I do not like what they've done with the Ravnik and Goblins. That's something I need to remember. Actually, at some point I'm probably just going to talk about all of the Goblins, so... Yeah, Boltbender's fine. Whatever. I do not like that art. Havoc Eater. 5 red for a 3/3 flying elemental. When it enters the battlefield, for each opponent, goad up to 1 target creature that player controls. Put X 1/1 counters on Havoc Eater, where X is the total power of creatures goaded this way. Jesus. It's cool. I don't think it's good. Hot Pursuit. 1 and a red enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, suspect a target creature an opponent controls. As long as Hot Pursuit remains on the battlefield, that creature is also goaded. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if 2 or more players have lost the game... Yo! At the beginning of combat on your turn, if 2 or more players have lost the game, gain control of all goaded and or suspected creatures until end of turn. Untap them, they gain haste. It solves the goad problem. That's awesome. Yeah, that's cool. I like that. That's very cool. Mob Verdict. 2 red for sorcery with Secret Council. Each player secretly votes for another player. Then those votes are revealed. For each vote an opponent received, Mob Verdict deals 2 damage to that player, and each vote that player and each creature that player controls. For each vote you received, draw a card. If you're going to be in here, you need to lay down. Lay down. If you're going to be in here, you need to lay down. Lay down. Prisoner's Dilemma. 3 red for a sorcery. Each opponent secretly chooses silence or snitch. Then the choices are revealed. If each opponent chooses silence, if each opponent chose silence, Prisoner's Dilemma deals 4 damage to each of them. If each opponent chose snitch, Prisoner's Dilemma deals 8 damage to each of them. Otherwise, Prisoner's Dilemma deals 12 damage to each opponent who chose silence. This is just the Prisoner's Dilemma. It's fantastic. If you all cooperate, you're only going to take 4 damage. If none of you cooperate, you're all going to take a decent amount of damage. If one of you chooses not to cooperate, and the others do. The people who cooperate get fucked. It's the actual prisoner's limit. That's so cool. Luna. Also has flashback. And the reason it's great is because it has flashback. If it didn't have flashback, it wouldn't be a true prisoner slow-mo. Because if you know that you're never going to interact with that person again, it's almost always correct to be selfish, which is the choose to get the most money or choose to rat them out. But if you know you're going to play against them again, the rate at which people choose to not cooperate changes. It's so cool. I love this. This is awesome. Perfect. Perfect. Fantastic. Cloning the spell seems fun. Oh, hell yeah, it does. Yeah. This is a perfect spell to clone. Show-stopping surprise. What the fuck? I'm just looking at this guy. What the hell is going? He doesn't have it's a thumb. It's like actually thumb. All right. Anyway, 3 red for an instant. Choose target creature you control. Turn it face down. Or sorry, turn it face up if it's face down. Then it deals damage equal to its power to each other creature. This is very similar to Chandra's Ignition. I think the difference is that Chandra's Ignition is a sorcery. This is a card that exists? From where? Shit. Baldur's Gate. It just has new art. That's why I was very confused. Morph. As I said, Animar is one of the premier morph cards. So this being in that is pretty good. I mean, you got shit like this, deal 6 damage, everything else. 6 damage. 8 damage, like, it's valuable. Tessak, Judith's Hellhound. 4 mana, 3/3 elemental dog. With Unleash, hey, it came back. You may have this creature into the battlefield with a 1/1 counter on it. It can't block as long as it has a 1/1 counter on it. Other dogs you control have Unleash. I just realized how perfect of a name that is. Because this mechanic already existed. This is from second Ravnica set? It's from Return to Ravnica, I think. So we've had like what, 4 fucking Ravnica sets? Pretty sure their name translates to Fang. In what language? A Slavic one, I assume? Creatures you control with counters on them have a haste. Whenever this attacks, add a red for each attacking creature. That's the one part I don't get. That is cool though. Fucking other dogs you control have Unleash. It's perfect. It's so fucking perfect. You've unleashed them, so since they have a counter on them, they have a haste, so they're able to run away. But also they're no longer tethered to you, so they're stronger, right? Because they can't be held back. And then it's just unleash. It's wah. The only thing I don't understand. The last ability, whenever it attacks, add a red for each attacking creature. Notably, this doesn't have the text of until the end of your turn, this mana does not empty your mana pool until when steps and phases end. So I'm fairly curious about this situation. Interesting. I love it though. It's perfect. The only notes I have is give this bitch flavor text. I mean, obviously you can't. Well, you did. Well, I guess Unleash is the only one, is the only card with Unleash in the set, then you can't really not explain what Unleash is on the card. Yeah, that's fair. Experiment 12. Interesting. 3 and a green 4/4 Elf Lizard Warrior with trample. Whenever Experiment 12 or another creature you control is turned face up, put 1/1 counter on that creature equal to its power. Oh, just double its fucking power. That's pretty sick. And its disguises for 4 and a green, so you can play it on turn 3. On turn 4, do whatever the fuck you want. And on turn 5, you get to flip it, and you have a fucking 8/8 with trample that you can immediately attack with. It's cool. Yeah, no, it's cool. I like it. Innocuous Researcher. What the fuck? Anyway, it's a 4-mana 3/4 Centaur Detective with Parlay. I'm trying to figure out what's happening. So her book thing is getting stuff written on it. But I can't tell what this is. And does he know? Because, like, the way the art is posed, it doesn't look like she's far away. I don't know. Anyway, Parlay. Whenever it attacks, each player reveals the top card of their library. For each non-land card revealed this way, you investigate. Then each player draws a card. The beginning of your end step, you may untap all lands you control. If you do, you can't cast spells until your next turn. Interesting. So you can still activate abilities. That is very interesting. I do not know how to say anything other than that. Another Nature's Lore reprint. I'm loving the reprints. On the Trail, 1 and a green enchantment. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. What the fuck? Excuse me? Yo, hear me out. On the Trail into Explore or Growth Spiral. What the fuck? Draw first card each turn. You may put away. That's, I mean, yeah. Yo, dude, it's magical police tape. Sick. It's cool. Print Lifter Ooze. 1 and a green for a 2/2 ooze. Why is this not a detective? Like, fucking excuse me. It gets the prints. I don't like that it has a face, to be honest. It has Death Touch. Whenever it or another creature you control is turned face up, create a 0/0 green ooze creature token with trample. The token enters the battlefield with X 1/1 counters on it, where X is the number of other creatures you control. Has disguise of 3 and a green. It's fine. The print thing makes me want to think like it should come down as like a copy of the creature essentially. Print Lifter Ooze. I guess the issue is that you couldn't copy itself in that situation. But, like, it's called fucking Print Lifter. I don't know. Maybe I'm just lame. Good Soccer Tribe Elder art. I assume that's been used before. I just haven't noticed. Another 3 visits reprint. I think Wilder's Elemental also, or Whisperwood Elemental, also got expensive. JK, I'm fucking wrong. I don't know what I was thinking of. Counterpoint. 3 blue-black. For an instant counter target spell, you may cast a creature, instant, sorcery, or planeswalker spell from your graveyard with a mana value less than or equal to that spell's mana value without paying its cost. That's cool. Nice theory, but I'm going to have to poke some holes in it. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. 5-mana instant thing. You play this in a deck that has... Like, maybe you play this in something like Muldrotha, perhaps. But you play in a deck where you have shit in your graveyard. It's cool. Yeah, it's fine. Descana, the Rage Mother. Why does this bear have a fireplace? Anyway, 2 red, green, white for a 5/5 legendary bear. When Descana enters the battlefield, draw a card for each creature you control with base power and toughness 2/2. Notably, this works for grizzly bears, or bears in general, but also works for morph creatures. Whenever a creature you control with base power and toughness 2/2 attacks, it gets +3/+3 until end of turn. So all your bears and or morph creatures are going to become 3/3s. Cool. Notably, it says base power and toughness. So I'm fairly certain that the way this works is that if it has a counter on it, it still gets the boost. At least that's how it should work, in my opinion. But a pale bear shall herald the rise of the old gods. Cruel prophecy. These motherfuckers have had 2 gods come out. How many more fucking Gruul gods are there? New Feather just dropped. Feather Radiant Arbiter. God damn, that art is so good. Anyway, red, white, white. For a 4/3 legendary angel with flying and lifelink. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell that targets only Feather, you may choose any number of other creatures that spell could target and pay 2 for each of those creatures. If you do, for each of those creatures, copy that spell, the copy targets that creature. Isn't this just worse Feather? Isn't this just worse than Feather the Redeemed? Targets creature you control based on that card. Oh, I guess this one you get benefit over the course of the game. This one you get benefit immediately, but you have to pay more. When you do copy it, you're going to be using cheap spells anyway. I don't know, maybe it is. It has lifelink. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. Pretty sure we already talked about. Yeah, we'd already talked about that. Knowledge is power, and I know a lot. 3 white blue for an enchantment. Creatures you control get +X/+X, where X is the number of cards you've drawn this turn. Yeah, all right, it's fine. What the fuck? Marvo. Deep Operative. 3 blue-black for a 1/8 Octopus Rogue. Excuse me, legendary Octopus Rogue. It has a tether because it's a fucking operative. It works with other people. I need Marvo lore, and I need it now. Whenever Marvo attacks, clash with defending player. Each clashing player reveals the top card of the library, then puts that card on the top or bottom. A player wins if their card had higher mana value. Whenever you win a clash, draw a card. Then you may cast a spell from your hand with a mana value 8 or less without paying its mana. Holy shit. I may have potentially found a new commander for my Lovecraft themed deck. Possibly. We already talked about you. We didn't talk about you, I don't think. Sophia Dogged Detective. Why does that dog look so fucking scared? 1 green, white, blue for a 3/4 human detective. When she enters the battlefield, create Tiny, a legendary 2/2 green dog detective with trample. Pay 1, sack an artifact creature, put a 1/1 counter on each dog you control. Whenever a dog you control deals combat damage to a player, create a food token, then investigate. That operates on so many different things. You get food and investigation. You put some counters on shit. You sacrifice an artifact, you can get the artifacts from the fucking dogs. Tiny has trample, so the bigger it gets, the easier it is to get more tokens to make it more big. Yeah, I mean, I like it. I think the main issue is that dogs might be. I mean, dogs are definitely primary white, but I don't know their typical other colors. A little bit of red, a little bit of black, a little bit of green. Yeah, I mean, you lose the red dog support, but you do get some blue stuff potentially. There's so many red dogs, yeah. The thing is, like, this operates on a slightly different level than those, I think. Like, this one, I think, is more just compounding, whereas I feel like the other ones are just go wide and immediately smash. But I like it. I think she's cool. Take the bait. 2 red-white. Instant. Cast a spell only during an opponent's turn and only during combat. Prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to you and planeswalkers you control this turn. Untap all attacking creatures and go to them. After this phase, there's additional combat phase. I love that. Oh, you're swinging out at me. You're saying that I'm gonna die. No. In fact, I'm not gonna take any damage. I'm gonna untap all the motherfuckers. I'm gonna goad them. They have to attack. But you get another combat where they have to attack, but they can't attack me. Get fucked. It's great. I love that shit. It's fantastic. Absolutely hilarious. Do we have new artifacts? Panoptic Projector, spelled with a K. 4 mana artifact. Tap it. The next face down creature spell you cast this turn costs 3 less to cast. Ooh. If turning a face down permanent face up causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, the ability triggers an additional time. It's Panharmonicon. It's called Panoptic. It's Panharmonicon, but for morph creatures. I mean, yeah, that's fucking cool. If you're playing a morph deck, you're playing this card. Cool. Ransom note. Oh, there are a bunch of different ransom notes. They all do the same thing. I'm just making sure they all do the same thing. Yeah, they all do the same thing, but they just look different. So that's kind of cool. So they are clues that cost 1 mana. When they enter the battlefield, you surveil. They don't have the normal clue text. Instead, you sacrifice it, and then you can cloak the top card of your library, go to creature, or draw a card. This is the official site, so I'm a little confused what these sub things mean. Ransom note accusation. Ransom note clues. Oh, this is the deck that they're in. This one's an accusation, this one's in clues, this one's in morph. Then this one's in surveil. Yeah, okay. I figured it out. Fuck this card. Can you please print these fucking talismans with new art? Is that so much to ask? Doubt we're getting new lands. I'm just seeing if they've printed any good lands. Looks like the answer is fucking no. Mossford Bridge is alright. Mystic Sanctuary reprint. Why do I feel like that's good? No, just the remastered one. Alright, whatever. I was once again wrong. I always love a River of Tears print. but like the continuation of playing, like putting those in, just not a fan of. So I will say, I did see a decent amount of reasonable reprints up in the non-lands, but once again, it feels like the mana base that Wizards is making is just not good. But it's whatever. All right, let's go ahead and slash marker, commander, swag. We'll talk really briefly about the tokens. I just want to look at the tokens. So we got a cute little doggo. We have a very scared girl on a train. We have a Chad merfolk. Swimming with sharks that look like a mix between a tiger shark and a blue shark, perhaps? A blue reef shark? But they're not a shark that we have. A bat. I don't like this bat token. I do like the skeleton token. I do not like current Ravnican goblins. I do not like the change. I think I liked the first change that they did to the Ravnican goblins. I don't like this change. I actually I actively dislike this change. Imp. Oh, okay. Leg, arm, arm. I was very confused as to what the fuck was going on here. Ooze? That is horrifying. Jesus. Plant? Sure. It's a random ass detective. A speed stray. A spirit that looks more like a fucking skeleton. Why does it have a skull for a head? Okay. Voja. A clue that's a boot. A clue that is a broken locket. A clue that is fucking kunai hit on a tree. Fingerprint clues. Acid clues? Yeah. We got an Azorius Thopter carrying evidence. We've got what honestly looks like a Kaladeshi Thopter carrying a light. Then we have a mysterious creature. We don't know what it is. Ooh. Commander decks. Yeah, I don't really care about them necessarily. Interesting City's Blessing. Yeah, makes sense. Those are the zombies. It's tiny. They fucked with his mouth. I don't. That doesn't fucking look right, man. That's too wide, my guy. That's too wide. Yes, the agency is not guild aligned. It looks like there are people from guilds that are in the agency. And the reason I say that is because of... Let's get rid of this. The reason I say that is... the Detective of the Month. So, these people do not look guild affiliated. This person is very obviously a Rakdos guild member. They could be an undercover agent in the Rakdos. But I think... I haven't read the fucking stories, because I'm a piece of shit. I believe the agency is not guild aligned, but allows people from guilds in. That's my assumption. I'll look at goblins, potentially, if we have time. And then fucking... I'm going through the cards that apparently I didn't go over last time. I'm starting from where I think I left off. But I legitimately don't know what I've talked about and what I haven't talked about. So, drag the canal. Blue and a black, instant. Create a 2/2 detective. Create a fucking detective. If a creature died this turn, you gain 2 life and you surveil 2 and you investigate. Wasn't... Wait, isn't that window from another card? The colorless anthem that works on multi-kicker. Shout out the Wizards website. Taking goddamn forever to load. Oh, this is, this art has been seen in places. And I'm trying to remember one of the names of those places. I know there's an artifact. I don't remember which set it's from. I'll put killed. Hey, there it is. So yeah, she should be standing right in front of the Rakdos symbol. I do like this. Yeah. Anyway, Dried Canal, it is a instant speed bear in Dimir. And if something died, you get to gain some life, surveil fucking 2, and investigate. This card is great. You'll love to see it. Fucking plant over there. When it drops leaves, it's loud as shit. That scares me every time. Jaded Analyst, 1 in a blue for a 3/2 defender. When you draw your second card, it loses defender and it gains vigilance. I'm going to be speeding through a lot of the commons. Macabre Reconstruction, 3 in a black for sorcery, costs 2 less to cast. If a creature card was put into your graveyard from anywhere this turn, return up to 2 creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. A limited card is limited. For what it's worth, being able to pay 2 for this is good. It's very similar to Macabre Waltz, which was another Ravnica card, I think. But that one, you get 2 creatures back, but you have to discard a card. This one, you don't have to discard a card, but it only costs 2 if something of yours died. Cool. Goblin Maskmaker. Actually cool card. 1 mana, 1/2 Goblin. Whenever it attacks, face down spells you cast this turn cost 1 less to cast. Very cool. You can play it on turn 1, turn 2, you get to cast a morph. For what it's worth, I don't think this card is necessarily good anywhere other than maybe draft. And even then, like, this is not a card that I would want to top deck, so I don't know. Nervous Gardener. 2 mana, 2/2 for a Dryad Disguise of a single green. When she's turned face up, search your library for a land card with a basic land type, reveal it and put it in your hands, then shuffle. If in limited, if you need a bear, this is a bear. This will do you fine. If you need to mana fix, it's very slow mana fixing, but it is mana fixing. Museum Night Watch. Hey, it's night at the museum. Hey, look, there's a head here. Maybe it's a reference. Who knows? It's Nicolas Cage. 3 in a white for a 3/2 Centaur Soldier. When it dies, create a 2/2 Detective. It has Disguise of 1 in a blue. 1 in a white. I do not know why I said blue. It's fine. It replaces itself. You can play it on turn 3 as a 2/2, and then later on you can weave it in. Granite Witness. Dope name, dope art, dope card. 2 white-blue for a Artifact Gargoyle Detective with 3/2 Flying and Vigilance. Has Disguise of Double Azorius. When it's turned face up, you may tap or untap target creature. Very cool. It's a 4 mana 3/2 flyer with Vigilance. That right there is already pretty dang good. Having the extra utility of being able to tap or untap something is quite nice. Cool. Escape Tunnel. It's a land with no mana abilities. Sack it, search the library for a basic land card, put on the battlefield tapped, and shuffle. Or, sack it, target creature with power 2 or less can't be blocked this turn. It is a different version of Rogue's Passage. I appreciate the existence, I do not care for it. Or I don't care about it, I should say. For it implies something specific. Projector Inspector. This is Minority Report. 3 mana, or 2 and a blue human detective, it's a 3-2. When it or another detective, enters the battlefield under your control, and whenever a detective you control is turned face up, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. It's detective support, it loots, it's fine. Doppelgang. I feel like we talked about this card. This is why I'm very confused. I feel like we talked about this card. Regardless, it's triple X, Return of Xander Cage, green-blue. It's a sorcery. For each of X target permanents, create X tokens that are copies of that permanent. When I first read this card, I didn't think about it correctly. I thought, it's good, but I don't see why people are saying this card's insane. So for 5 mana, you get to target one thing, and you get one copy of that thing. For 8 mana, you get to target 2 things. My dumbass was like, I mean, yeah, it's better. You get to copy 2 things, but I mean, that's not insane. Yeah, no. If you put 8 mana into this, you get 2 copies each of 2 target permanents. So you get 4 things if you spend 8. If you spend 10, no, I'm doing this math wrong. 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 11. Yeah. If you spend 11, you get 9 total things. I want to say that's logarithmic, but I could be wrong. But it's dope. It's really cool. Essentially, you just get, what, the square? Or not the... Yeah, the square. So you put 3 in there. You put 4 in there. Yeah. Yeah. You get the square of X, essentially. You make X tokens of X things. So the number of tokens you'll get in total is the square. This card is fucking awesome. It targets any permanent. It doesn't have to be a permanent you control. It's so cool. This is a Riku copy deck all day long. It's dope. The art's cool. Doppelgang is a fantastic art. Has great flavor text. Really cool. Fugitive Codebreaker. 1 in a red for a 2/1 Goblin Rouge with prowess and haste, and disguise of 5 in a red. This cost is reduced by 1 for each instant and sorcery card in your graveyard. When the Codebreaker is turned face up, discard your hand, then draw 3 cards. I could see this seeing play in... I do not like that art. I could see that seeing play in Standard. It's a 2-mana 2/1 with prowess and haste. That is decent. The disguise cost is expensive, but if you're playing an RDW deck that has a sufficient number of instant sorceries, you can still get this down. So if you have 3 instances in your graveyard, right, this only costs 3 to turn face up. So that's not too bad. And then, you know, you're playing a red deck wins deck, you're probably going to be running out of cards very quickly. You get to discard your non-hand, and you get to draw 3 cards. I wouldn't be surprised if this sees play in Standard. But it might not, because I don't fucking know anything about Standard. Essence of Antiquity. 3 double white for a 1/10 Golem. It's not an effect. It has disguise of 2 and a white. When it turn face up, creatures you control gain hexproof until end of turn. Untap them. I fucking love this card. 1, it has a fat ass. 2, it's cheap as shit, but it doesn't kill morphs. So you don't care that it's cheap, right? It can block a morph, but it doesn't kill the morph, which is very important. You get to just be like, hey, fuck you. It's great. I love it. I absolutely love it. Yeah, it's awesome. Repulsive Mutation. People have said this is Fibblethip. I don't know if it is Fibblethip. I assume Fibblethip is still with Borgamos. Because they were pals during the invasion. And there are other homunculi on Ravnica, especially in the Simic, So I'm not convinced that this is Fibble Fib, but whatever. Anyway, Repulsive Mutation, X green blue. Instant. Put X 1/1 counters on target creature you control, then counter up to 1 target spell that then counter up to 1 target spell unless its controller pays mana equal to the greatest power among creatures you control. So, if you have a big creature, you can pretty much just be like, I'm gonna pay nothing for the X. I cast this, I get to counter a spell, right? It's whatever. Like my opponent's not gonna be paying 4 or 5 or whatever my goodness is. But in a Simic Flash or Simic Tempo deck, you get to just be annoying as shit. Your creatures already are getting bigger. You get to spend like the extra mana that you have, right? And you just be like, hey, fuck you, eat a dick. I fucking hate this card because I hate Simic Flash. Pompous Gadabout. That morph got the ass that can't be eaten? Yeah, I mean, I guess so. This card is funny. 2 and a green, 4/2 human citizen. Pompous Gadabout has Hexproof as long as it's your turn. Pompous Gadabout can't be blocked by creatures that don't have names. So because morphs are face down, they don't have names. Tokens do have names. Tokens are named whatever they are. So Eldrazi Spawn, they're named Eldrazi Spawn. But it's still fucking hilarious. The idea is 4/2s in a limited format with morph creatures suck because they die to every morph. But this one can't be blocked by creatures that don't have names, so it gets to just attack with impunity, essentially. Typically trading up, because a lot of the X2s are going to be morph creatures anyway. So, it's funny. I mean, it's hilarious. He's a douche. I love it. Case of the Burning Masks. 1 double red. When this case enters the battlefield, it deals 3 damage to target creature an opponent controls. So, 3 or more creatures you control dealt damage this turn. So, sacrifice this case, exile the top 3 cards of your library, choose one of them. You may play that card this turn. I don't like this card. It's fine. I just don't care. Like, it deals 3 damage to a creature, so it removes a blocker, so your creatures are going to be more able to attack in. Solving it is pretty easy. And you can sacrifice the case whenever. It's wasteful. Yeah, kind of. Like, you can sacrifice the case whenever. But you only get 1 of the fucking cards. And you still have to pay for it. I mean, you can play it if it's a land. But if it's a land, you're fucking sad anyway. I don't know. It's fine. It's probably just a limited card, and I'm belly aching. Mistway Spy is a single blue 1/1. Merfolk Detective with flying. And disguise 1 in a blue. Don't know why these fucking Merfolk have flying so goddamn much. When it's turn face up, until end of turn, whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, investigate. It's cool. It's fine. It's another flying man for a Canadian Highlander. If this is worth it in flying man, I don't know. On North 100, they haven't done a video with flying man yet. I don't think. Red herring. Everyone saw this coming. It's literally a red herring. It's 1 in a red for a cluefish. Redfish cluefish, Jesus Christ. It's a 2/2 with haste. It attacks each combat if able, and it has the clue text. So you can immediately sack it if you need to. And 4 mana to draw a card. But also, it's a red herring. It's a clue, but it's not the right thing. It's great. I love it. I don't like how destroyed my throat is, because I'm talking so goddamn much. I have so many more to go. Green Belt Radical. 3 and a green for a 4/4 Centaur Citizen with disguise 5 dub green. When it's turn face up, put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. Creatures you control gain trample this turn. So you can play her as a 4 and a 4/4, which already is totally fine in limited. And if you are in a situation where you're able to just turn her face up later in the game, she gets to be a 5/5 with trample, and your other creatures also get trample. Probably a decent pick in limited if you're playing a green deck. Like this as a finisher is reasonable. Conclave and the Gruul have been overlapping a lot more. Well, that's she's a Gruul creature. I think. No, she's a citizen. She's guildless, I think. Or maybe she is Selesnyan, because that architecture looks Selesnyan. What the fuck? Interesting. Anyway, chalk outline. Fucking magic chalk. 4-mana enchantment. Whenever one or more creature cards leave your graveyard, create a 2/2 white and blue detective creature token. Investigate. This is meant to work with. Nope, wrong thing. I had caps lock on for some reason. This is meant to work with evidence, collect evidence. You're only ever going to get one detective each time. This does nothing immediately. So I am not sure that it will be good enough in limited. I just realized red belt is the Gruul, green belt seems to be post-invasion conclave territory. Gotcha. I just noticed this. I was like, what are these? The cat just walked through the fucking the chalk outline. It is tracking shit. That's great. Yeah, so I don't know if it's good. For what it's worth, it's also just like leaves your graveyard, so you can have it in decks that like don't care about specifically the evidence, you know, decks that are wanting to just put things from the yard in anyway. But at 4 mana, I don't see this being really good anywhere. So, yeah. Due Diligence, 2 and a white creature enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, I should say enchant creature, not creature enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, target creature you control other than the enchanted creature gets +2/+2 and gains vigilance. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2 and has vigilance. I mean, it's good. You get to fucking put it on a creature, it get big. One of your other creature get big. You get to attack with both your creatures and they get to stick around. This is a reasonable enchantment. I wish there was a way to keep the functionality of this where you can't put both boons on the same creature, but you could. This is like a cast trigger. I'm unsure if there's an easy way to do that, because there is a way to do that, but it'd be like way too wordy. Crovad Haunch. It's those big fucking cow-looking things. Single white mana for a food equipment. Equipped creature gets +2/+0. Has the food text. When it's put into a graveyard from the battlefield, you may pay 1 and a white. If you do, create 2 1/1 white dogs, and you have equipped for 2. It might be it might still be a reference to A Christmas Story, essentially because of the fact that this is frozen, or it has part of it that's frozen. Am I thinking right? Christmas Story. I think so. It's the you'll shoot your eye out. It's equipped for 2. It's a single white pip. Probably reasonable, honestly. Probably reasonable. Seasoned Consultant. 1 and a white for a 1/3 human detective. Whenever you attack with 3 or more creatures, Seasoned Consultant gets +2/+0 until end of turn. She is good on defense in the early game because she blocks morphs like no one's business. And then once you get to a point where you can start attacking, she can start dealing actual damage. She becomes 3 power. Card is probably fine for a go wide white strategy. Props Eidetic Memory. 1 and a blue for a legendary enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card. You have no maximum hand size. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you've drawn more than 1 card this turn, put X 1/1 counters on target creature you control, where X is the number of cards you've drawn this turn minus 1. So, it is not a do-nothing card, because the turn that you play it, you immediately draw your card, so you replace itself. And if you do it, as long as you do it pre-combat main phase, you're going to get that counter on a creature. And it might not do anything for the rest of the game in limited. I'm talking about limited. But it still has the potential to. Right? Like, if you're going to be using clues in draft anyway, this just gives you a little bit extra value for your clues. You're going to need to use them on your turn, but whatever. Clandestine Meddler. 2 and a black for a 3/2 vampire rogue. Enters the battlefield, suspect up to one other target creature you control. Whenever one or more suspected creatures you control attacks, surveil. Cool. Black likes surveil, black likes suspecting bitches. Its own bitches, which is kind of weird, but it's whatevs. Agency Coroner is a 4 and a black 3/6 ogre cleric. Interesting. Oh my god, this person has the corpse on the autopsy table has a lead pipe jammed into its skull. 2 and a black, sacrifice another creature, draw a card. If the sacrificed creature was suspected, draw 2 cards instead. Black likes to suspect its own shit. Notably, this is not a tap ability. You can do this any number of times per turn, and you can do it at instant speed. So if you have a suspected creature and you're swinging in shit, and then they double block yours. I mean, I don't fucking know why they would with this on the field, but whatever. They double block your suspected creature, or you have a very large suspected creature where they're gonna target with removal, and you're like, hey, eat my ass. I get to draw 2 cards. It's good. It's also a 5. It has a fat ass, right? It's a 3/6. It's reasonable for 5 mana. It's fine. My assumption is that this format is going to be relatively slow. The draft format, because morphs inherently have a slowness to them, because you have to pay always 3 and then you get value later. So I'm not sure. Polygraph Orb, 4 and a black for an artifact. When it enters the battlefield, look at the top 4 cards of your library, put 2 of them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. You lose 2 life. 2 tap, collect evidence 3. Each opponent loses 3 life unless they discard a card or sacrifice a creature. You've seen cards similar to this. The back half of Turgid. Not Torment, but the Curse. The Scarab Curse. That on the beginning of the Cursed player's upkeep, they have to lose 3 unless they discard or maybe sack. I'm not sure. I wish it was non-token creature. Other than that, this is still fine. It replaces itself. You do lose some life, but late game, maybe. I don't know. It's maybe fine as a 23rd pick. Or 23rd card. Repeat Offender. 1 in a black for a 2/1 human assassin. 2 in a black. If Repeat Offender is suspected, put a 1/1 counter on it. Otherwise suspected. Cool. Again, black likes suspecting itself. You can do this any number of times. So she's like a shade in that regard. Yeah, it's cool. I love how she doesn't even try to hide how she looks. Just change your goddamn hair and remove the bandana. Boom, easy. God, this one's fucked. Innocent Bystander is 1 in a red for a 2/1 goblin citizen. Whenever Innocent Bystander is dealt 3 or more damage, investigate. The flavor text is, whoops, this isn't my street. Don't mind me, I'll just be on my way while you enjoy your very sharp knives. My man walked into the fucking wrong alley. Oh, and he fucking dies. Oh, it's I mean, wrong place, wrong time, bud. Get a leg up, single green for an instant until end of turn. Target creature gets +1/+1 for each creature you control and gains reach. It's going to be a minimum +1 because you have the creature that you're targeting. Getting reach is good. This is nice to target your own morph, because then it can trade with a morph, or it can profitably block a morph with a morph. Yeah, it's fine. It's reasonable. Aftermath Analyst. Dope art. 1 in a green for a 1/3 elf detective. When it enters the battlefield, mill 3 cards. Pay 3 in a green, sacrifice it, return all land cards from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. This is uncommon. When you're in a format where the lands in your graveyard don't do anything, right? Because they don't work for collect evidence. You can exile them, I think, but they don't add to the number. But you'll be milling yourself a decent amount. You'll have things just in your graveyard. Maybe you'll have the equivalent of Terramorphic Expanse in this set. You'll have situations where this card is outclassed, and you just get some lands back. It's fine. It's cool. I like it. She blocks the morph creatures early. She fuels your graveyard, both with her ETB as well as the fact that when you sacrifice her, you have fucking 2 more CMC in your graveyard. It's cool. I like it. Blood Splatter Analysis. Jesus. Black red for an enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, it deals 3 damage to target creature an opponent controls. This is the second enchantment we've seen that bolts a creature, which is interesting. Whenever one more creatures die, mill a card and put a Bloodstain counter on Bloodsplatter on this card. Then sacrifice it if it has 5 or more Bloodstain counters. When you do, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. To your hand. 5 things have to die. No, excuse me. 5 things have to die one at a time. 5 instances of things dying have to occur. You get the first one free. That's how they get you, right? You can kill something on the turn you play this. So then you need 4 other instances of shit dying, and then you can get a card back to your hand. It's so close to being like constructed playable, but I can't see a world where it is. Yeah, yeah. Slime Against Humanity, perfect name. Wizards, whoever named this card needs a raise, even if it's just 1 penny an hour. This card's dope. 2 and a green for sorcery. Create a 0/0 green ooze creature token with trample. Put X 1/1 counters on it, where X is 2 plus the total number of cards you own in exile and in your graveyard that are oozes or are named Slime Against Humanity. A deck can have any number of cards named Slime Against Humanity. We got a green one, so we have blue ones. The Mill Advisors. We have black. We have 2 black. The Apostles and the Rats. We have 2 red. Dragon's Approach. And I guess not really 2 red. We have like 1.5 red because we also have 7 dwarves. I don't believe we have a white one yet. But this is so fucking dope. It's a God, this is so cool. It's a common, right? And it works with the collect evidence in the set because it still counts shit that's in exile. This is a cool ooze card. I love it. The ooze will always be at least a 2/2. I love it. I love it. It's so cool. It's so fun. Good shit. Rakish. Rakish? Rakish. Rakish? Rakish? Rakish. Rakish Scoundrel. 2 black-green for a 3/3 elf rogue with Death Touch. When it enters the battlefield or is turned face up, target creature gains indestructible until end of turn. Notably, it doesn't have flash, so you can't flash it in to like give itself Death Touch. But you can use it to attack with a creature that would otherwise trade. You can also disguise it. Ask Google how to pronounce it because I'm pretty sure it's Rakish. I think it's Rakish too. My brain just broke, and it was weird. I'm fairly certain it's Rakish. In a disguise for 4 double Golgari, you can fucking disguise this bitch. You can turn it face up, and then boom, you give something indestructible. You can do it for combat. You can do it for your opponent targeting you. It's good stuff. Archdruid's Charm. Hey, we have a new charm. New charm dropped. So now we have Archmage's Charm and Archdruids. People have already started making custom cards for these. Archangels, Archdevils, and then Anarchic Charm for red because it still has Arch in it. Or Arc or whatever. But, you know, it's Anarchy. If Wizards doesn't do that, I'm going to be sad. So it's triple green, just like the blue charm. Instant, choose one, search your library for a creature or land card, reveal it, put it onto the battlefield, tapped if it's a land, otherwise put it into your hand. So, instant speed, potentially a land ramp. Cool, whatever. Put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control, then it deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. You have a bite effect. Cool. Instant speed bite effect, by the way. Or, exile target artifact or enchantment. All 3 of these are fine. So if I recall correctly, Archmage's Charm, counter target spell, Target player draws 2 cards. Yeah. Gain control of target non-land permanent with converted mana cost 1 or less. So, the first effect is technically lower than rate because it's cancel, but it's more hip intensive. Target player draws 2 cards. I mean, this is just divination, which is technically on rate, but it's an instant, so it's above rate. So it does the Archmage's Charm does have an above rate ability, but then it has a gain control of a non-land permanent with CMC 1 or less, which is an ability that, like, when it's useful, obviously, but a lot of times it won't be. Whereas this, like, almost always has good. The last ability, again, can sometimes not be useful, but it's more likely that your opponent's going to have an artifact or enchantment that they're going to have a one mana value or less permanent that you care enough about to use a card on, if that makes sense. It's still good. I like it. Yeah, it's whatevs. Kylox's Volt Strider. 1 blue-red for a 4/4 vehicle. Collect evidence 6. This becomes an artifact creature until end of turn. You crew it for free. When it attacks, you may cast an instant or sorcery spell from among cards exiled with it. If that spell would be put into a graveyard, put it on the bottom of its owner's library instead, and it has crew of 2. This card I love, and the reason I love this card is because it uses collect evidence in a way that makes you want to get rid of the bigger things in your deck, right? Notably, bigger things you get rid of. Notably, you still have to pay for it, but it puts the card back into your library instead of just keeping it in like a different exile. I don't fucking know how they would word that, but yeah, it's fine. It's cool. I like it. Taka. They went this way. 2 and a green for a sorcery. Search the library for a basic land card. Put it on the battlefield. Tap, then shuffle. Investigate. Hey, look, it is it's rampant growth with set mechanic. The set mechanic makes it cost 1 more for some reason. Yeah, I mean, no, it makes sense. Anzrag, the Quake Mole. This might be... I do like this. I still like this. I don't know. I like them both. Hey, look, it's another Gruul God. We're going to get a Gruul God every set now. Anyway, it's a 2 red-green Mole God. It's an 8/4. When it... Wacky card to give indestructible. True. When the Mole God becomes blocked, untap each creature you control. After this combat phase, there is an additional combat phase. 3 red, green. Anzrag must be blocked each combat this turn, if able. Notably, the first ability is not, like the first time it becomes blocked, right? If it keeps becoming blocked, you keep getting extra turns. Rising up. Or that weird commander bear. Yeah. Maybe next time we come to Ravnica, it's just gonna be fucking like, Gruul gone wild. Yeah, I mean, you get this thing indestructible. You get to destroy all of your opponent's creatures, and then dome them for 8. If you're in a multiplayer game, like Commander, for example, where you can have this card as the commander, you can give it indestructible, like by having It's the 4 mana wolf. Hey, yeah, Anara, I was right. As long as it's your turn, commanders you control are indestructible. Wow. And then, yeah, because you only have to activate. Yeah, exactly. You have like Anara out. You play this dude with like lightning greaves and shit. It's indestructible because of the Anara. You pay 7 mana. You can attack each fucking player, just mowing their creatures down. And then you get to choose one of the players to attack for fucking 8 with. It's so cool. I love it. It's also a decent fling card. Just fucking 8 damage. Barb Servitor. 3 and a black for a 1/1 indestructible construct. When it enters the battlefield, suspect it. When it deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card and you lose a life. Whenever it is dealt damage, target opponent loses that much life. Notably, it's indestructible, but it currently can't block, right? So the typical idea is I'm going to attack with this. My opponent has to block with 2 creatures, right? If it blocks with 2 creatures, it's going to be dealt damage both of those times. So you get a lot of life loss. Or you just get to draw a card and lose a life. But if you are able to remove it being a suspect, which there are ways to do, you get to just be like, what's up, bitch? I'm just going to go ahead and sit here. You can't attack me, eat my ass. But yes, also, this is just another brash taunter effect, where you can just play this card, and then, like, Blasphemous Act, and then dome someone for 13. Very cool. You'll love to see it. Yeah. Reckless Detective. 1 in a red for a 0/3 Devil Detective with a fucking giant acorn for some reason. When it attacks, you may sacrifice an artifact or discard a card. If you do, draw a card, and this gets +2/+0. That's kind of cool. It's weird because obviously it's a creature that's meant to be a fucking murdering your opponent. And it only gets +2, but I think that's fine. You always get to draw a card if you get rid of something, but you can sacrifice an artifact, which is nice because I don't remember if there's a red aggressive creature that deals with clues, then they can kind of feed themselves. It has potential, but it depends on the other red things. Fucking, oh God, I love this card so goddamn much. Tunnel Tipster. 1 in a green, 1/1 Mole Scout. At the beginning of your end step, if a face-down creature enters the battlefield under your control this turn, put a 1/1 counter on the Tipster. You can add a green. You make it easier to unmorph your things because it adds mana. It gets bigger when you play the morphs. And it's fucking adorable. Possibly the cutest card in the set. Cornered Crook. 4 in a red for a 5/4 Viashino Warrior. When it enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice an artifact. When you do, it deals 3 damage to any target. Cool. You might have clues lying around. You need to just dome something. Play this post-combat so you can kill something that has some damage marked on it already. Cool. This Orzhov person's like, calm down, buddy. Let me just take you in. Lazav, Wearer of Faces. This art is fucking sick. I really like the Ravnica thing. This art also good. Scary as fuck. Anyway, 2 mana, 2/3, Shapeshifter Detective. Ooh, he's a good guy. When he attacks, well, he's a good guy. Essentially, all of the fucking guild leaders want to have their guild rule Ravnica. That's like the big thing. But when he attacks, exile target card from a graveyard, then investigate. Whenever you sacrifice a clue, you may have Lazav become a copy of a creature card exiled with it until end of turn. Notably, you don't lose that creature. You can continue to get that value from it. And 2, so whenever you sack a clue, so you can still like get some value on defense, right? If you have exiled a thing with vigilance and then another thing that's just big on your turn, exile a thing with vigilance, bada bing, bada boom, you attack. Oh shit, yeah. Yeah, if you have enough clues and mana, actually, you can attack with something that has like evasion, but is smaller, and then before damage, you can turn it into something big. That's kind of cool. Borak Clan Basher, 4 red for a 3/2 Cyclops Warrior with double strike, trample, and disguise of 3 in a red. Honestly, card's fine. Double strike is really decent. The fact that you can put you can surprise motherfucker with this card is quite nice. One of the things I like about Morph is that you will always have a play on turn 3. So like if this is your only fucking, like if your hand has like this, like it has a 2-drop, this, and like another fucking like 5 or 6 drop, right? Or 4-drop even. You are able to fill that curve and just play this as a morph. And then later on turn like 5, you can potentially get somebody. It's like, hey, I have a double strike. Eat my ass. Relive the past. 5 green-white for a sorcery. Return up to 1 target artifact card, up to 1 target land, non-aura enchantment, from your graveyard to the battlefield. They are 5/5 elemental creatures in addition to their other types. Yeah, I mean, you get to return some cool stuff. It is 7 mana, which is a lot. I am unsure. They do become large. But I think this is probably a Garbo rare. Pick your poison. Single green mana for a sorcery. Each opponent sacrifices an artifact, each opponent sacrifices an enchantment, or each opponent sacrifices a creature with flying. All good. All of these good. This is similar to Shield Dread's Edict. Your opponent gets to choose, but this is only a single green pip. I like it. It does what green does. Cool. Absolving Lamassu. 4 and a white for a 4/3 Lamassu. Has flying. When it enters the battlefield, all suspected creatures are no longer suspected. When it dies, you gain 3 life and suspect up to 1 target creature an opponent controls. Yeah, it's fine. It's whatever. I don't know why it's being fucking hunted, though. It's absolving everyone of their crimes. Shouldn't it be fucking celebrated? My man looks so scared, so sad. Fuss and Bother. Fuss is a fucking split card. Fuss is 2 and a Boros, put instant. Put a 1/1 counter on each attacking creature you control. Bother is 4 double Azorius. Create 3 1/1 colorless Thopter artifact creature tokens with flying and surveil. Notably, this does not have fuse. So one of the reasons that they have a couple cycles of split cards is so that in for collect evidence purposes, they count as both put together now. So the mana value of this card is 9. When you cast one of them, the mana value is whichever of them you have cast. But essentially everywhere other than the stack, the mana value of this card is 9. So it works really nicely with that. Notably, putting a counter on each attacking creature you control is good for the Boros draft archetype. I guess the white-blue archetype. No, the white-blue archetype is fucking investigation detectives. Yeah, you still get 3 Thopters. It's fine. Okay. Treacherous Greed. 1 white-black for an instant. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a creature that dealt damage this turn. Draw 3 cards. Each one loses 3 life, and you gain 3 life. Notably, this does not say sacrifice a creature that dealt combat damage this turn. Just had to have dealt damage. So anything that actually pings, you can use this with. A lot of the Orzhov things like that drain as opposed to ping, but there are some. Instant speed, you get to draw 3 cards. People, like a Kaya's lightning healings type thing, but yeah. Weird card, very reliant on expendable creatures. Yes, very reliant on expendable creatures. Creatures that have evasion as well. It's an interesting card, and that's one of the reasons I like it. Good if you make flying tokens. True. Very true. Sample Collector. 2 and a green. 2/3. For a Troll Detective. When it attacks, you may collect evidence 3. When you do, put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. He can make himself bigger. On rate, he already blocks morphs. 3 evidence doesn't seem too bad. Yeah, reasonable. One moment. I must send a message. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah. Undergrowth Recon. 1 double green for an enchantment. Beginning of your upkeep, return target land card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. This is a slow, repeatable wasteland. Good with the panoramas from competitor. Oh yeah. I want to say one of them is an overlook. I'm the best. Oh yeah, doesn't care about being tapped. Yeah, you get a land card every turn. Yeah, honestly, kind of cool. Yeah, and you can also just put this in like any green deck that puts things in their graveyard, any lands graveyard decks. It's cool. I like it. Jesus Christ, the pre-order on it is $35. Presume dead. 1 in a black, instant. Until end of turn, target creature gets +2/+0 and gains when this creature dies. Return to the battlefield under source control and suspect it. We've seen stuff like this before. It is I'm trying to think of the original one. Whatever. It's fucking undead card with set mechanic. Faster Leech. A single black for a 1/1 zombie leech. When it deals combat damage to a player, you mill 2 cards. 1 in a black, Faster Leech gets +2/+2 until end of turn, activate only once each turn. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. You get the mill stuff for your evidence collection. It can become a 3/3, so you can attack/block profitably with morphs. It's fine. Push and Pull. 1 and an Orzhov, destroy target tapped creature, but it's sorcery. Pull is 4 and double Rakdos. Put up to 2 target creature cards from a single graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. They gain haste until end of turn. Sacrifice them at the beginning of the next end step. So it's a double reanimator for only 6 mana. It has to be a single graveyard, but it doesn't have to be your graveyard. And they get sacrificed, not exiled. Good card is good. It's literally removal and late game bomb. Yeah, me likey. Case of the Trampled Garden. Get over it. 2 and a green. When this case enters the battlefield, distribute 2 1/1 counters among 1 or 2 target creatures you control. To solve, creatures you control have total power 8 or greater. That is not hard. Solved. Whenever you attack, put a 1/1 counter on target attacking creature. It gains trample until end of turn. Seems like a good case. Yeah, good case. Solve conditions, not very hard. Especially because you immediately get 2. So you only really need creatures of 6 total power. So that's like fucking 2 3/3s. Right? 2 3/3s. No. Yeah. Plus the 2 counters from here. You got fucking creatures total 8. And then whenever you attack, you get to make one of your creatures bigger and you gain triple. It's cool. Case of the Crimson Pulse. 2 and a red. When this case enters the battlefield, discard a card, then draw 2 cards. Notably, this doesn't say if you do draw 2 cards. To solve, you have no cards in your hand. You're playing a red deck, that is not hard. When it's solved, at the beginning of your upkeep, discard your hand, then draw 2 cards. You're playing a red deck, you do not give a fuck if you discard your hand. You like drawing cards. Will this be good enough to see play in a balls to the wall RDW deck? I don't know. Feels like you can only play one of this. Not if you have a bunch of instants. If you have a bunch of instants, you can just cast them. So if you have 2 of these, you discard your hand of nothing. You draw 2 cards. Even if one of them is instant, you cast the instant when the other with the other one still on the stack. That or Madness? True, yeah, Madness. Hunt and Bone Brew. 2 and a black for a 6/2 Skeleton Beats with Menace. When it enters the battlefield, target opponent creates 2 1/1 white dog creature tokens. When it dies, each opponent loses 3 life, and then it has Disguise for 1 and a black. This is good with the green enchantment. The green case. Cast this on turn 3, turn 4, play the green case. It becomes solved. This is an 8/4 with menace. You attack, put another 1 counter on this, and it has trample, so it's trample and menace, as a 9/5. Cryptex. 2-mana artifact. Tap it, collect evidence 3, add 1 mana of any color, and then put an unlock counter on Cryptex. Sacrifice Cryptex, surveil 3, then draw 3 cards. Activate only if Cryptex has 5 or more unlock counters on it. You have to collect evidence to make mana. I mean, I guess it's a 2-mana ramp artifact. It's fine. I don't see it seeing play like anywhere, to be honest. Ezrim, Agency Chief. 1 double white, double blue for a legendary Archon Detective. It is a 5/5 with flying. When it enters the battlefield, investigate twice. Pay 1, sacrifice an artifact. Ezrim gives your choice of Vigilance, Lifelink, or Hexproof until end of turn. Dope card is dope. I could easily see this being a finisher in a Azorius X control deck in Standard. It has very similar vibes to Dream Rider Sphinx, something like that. My man's looks more evil here. I will say, this one looks like he can get off of his mount. Some Archons, you can't tell if they're fused to the mounts, or if they're able to get off the mount at all. Because Archons, at least in Magic, have always had a mount. I think that's the case. God damn it. Can you tell what I hit? That one looks like it has a leg. This one looks like it has a leg. I cannot tell. This one does have legs. Here you can't tell. This one has legs. Maybe you can see the legs on all of them. Yeah, leg, 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 leg. Can't tell on that one. That's a weird case. She doesn't have a mount in the traditional sense. She's a fucking chariot. Interesting. I'm curious if any of the Archons can actually get off of their mounts, because we never see them with not their mount. Is that the necessary and sufficient condition to be an Archon? Whatever. I like the card. Lost in a Maze. X double blue. It's an enchant with flash. When it enters the battlefield, tap X target creatures, put a stun counter on each of those creatures you don't control. Notably, if you want to, for some reason, you can tap your own creatures. If you have a creature that is goated, that you do not want to attack with because it will fucking die, you can tap it. If you have... I'm not sure. That's the main thing I can think of. Walking through your office on the giant animal. Yeah. Yeah, this card's fine. That's commanding a high-looking price. Oh, I'm stupid. I didn't read the last part. Tap creatures you control with hexproof. If your shit's getting targeted, target your own shit. All right, cool. Case of the Locked Hothouse. Did someone fucking die in there? Or did someone take off their clothes because it's hot? Why do those flowers have skulls on them? So many fucking questions. 3 and a green. You may play an additional land on each of your turns. To solve, you control 7 or more lands. That is not hard to do in green. Solved. You may look at the top card of your library anytime, and you may play lands and cast creatures Oh my god, creatures and enchantments from the top of your library. It's fucking lands, creatures, and enchantments? My guy. This is not hard to do. Whether or not it is good enough to see play anywhere other than limited, I don't know. Deadly Cover-Up. 3 black for sorcery. As additional cost to cast the spell, you may collect evidence. 6. Destroy all creatures. If evidence was collected, exile a card from an opponent's graveyard. Then search its owner's library, hand, and graveyard for any number of cards with that name. Then exile them. That player shuffles, then draws a card for each card exiled this way from their hand. This, I think, is the first card. It's not the first Slaughter Games card that can hit basic lands, but it is the first Slaughter Games card that can hit all of the basic lands. Notably, you cannot target yourself with this card. The reason that is notable is because sometimes you want to get rid of the rest of your lands. Getting rid of all of your opponent's lands might not be good if you're casting this on 5 when you have a sufficient amount of evidence to collect. But it's an option. It's an option on a just generally 5 mana board wipe. Totally fine. Urgent Necropsy. 2 black-green for an instant. This is mythic. Okay. As additional cost to cast the spell, collect evidence X, where X is the total mana value of the permanents that this spell targets. Interesting. Destroy up to 1 target artifact, up to 1 target creature, up to 1 target enchantment, and up to 1 target planeswalker. Okay. It's an instant speed kill spell that can kill up to 4 things. But you have to collect a sufficient amount of evidence. I don't know how I feel about this card. I legit don't know. Flint Weaver, 5 double green. A 3/3 spider with reach. When it enters the battlefield, distribute 3 1/1 counters among 1, 2, or 3 target creatures. Then you gain life equal to the greatest toughness among creatures you control. Notably, this can be a 7 mana 6/6 with reach, or you can use it to pump your other creatures, but you still gain some life. It's fine. Hey look, it's the Candlestick. We have talked about this card because of the clue. Sanctuary Wall. 1 and a white for a 0/4 wall with Defender. It's an artifact. 2 and a white, tap target creature. You may put a stun counter on it. If you do, put a stun counter on Sanctuary Wall. Yeah, if you want to, this is a fucking Ballynock Trapper, whatever the fuck it's called. If you want to keep something tapped for a turn, this has to be stunned. Yes, okay, so you can use this on your opponent's turn, which is when you would want to use it. If you use it on your turn, then their upkeep will happen, they remove the stun counter. Your upkeep will happen, you remove the stun counter. Their creature now will be able to untap. So if you use it on their turn, you get the first untap step. So you get to untap this before they do. So you typically are going to want to use this on your opponent's turn. But if you do, that means you can't necessarily block, blah, blah, blah. It's fine. This card is a fine thing. Karlov Watchdog. A Doberman Pinscher with a crop tail. 3 and a white for a 3/2 Vigilant Dog. Permanents your opponent's control can't be turned face up during your turn. Fuck you. Whenever you attack with 3 or more creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. Card is fine. Cease and Desist. Cease is 1 and a Golgari. For an instant, exile up to 2 target cards from a single graveyard. Target player gains 2 life and draws a card. 2 mana, instant speed exile, replaces itself and gains you life? I like it. I like it a lot. And then Desist is 4 double Selesnya for a sorcery that destroys all artifacts and enchantments. Interesting. I like this card. But I do, in general, like Abzan cards that have a lot of utility. Forensic Gadgeteer. 2 and a blue, 2/3 Vidalcan Artificer Detective. Whenever you cast an artifact spell, you investigate. True. It's very true. It is good with urgent necropsy. A part of me wants to go back to the days, because this is another Ravnica set. A part of me wants to make videos for each of the set's mechanics, even if they're not good. I don't know. I might do that. I don't know. Life is bad, and I'm sad. Activate abilities of artifacts you control cost 1 less to activate. This effect can't reduce the mana in the cost to less than 1 mana. Cool. Your clues, your food, cost 1 less. Unfortunately, this doesn't work for blood. Get fucked. Interesting. So, for what it's worth, she does look like a member of the Is It League. But she still has her little detective badge thing, so I don't know. You always get... Yeah, I actively like this card. It's cool. Alley Assailant. 2 and a black, 3/3 Vampire Rouge. It enters the battlefield tapped. Disguise is 4 double black. When it's turn face up, target opponent loses 3 and you gain 3. Makes sense for the cops to be neutral when you think about it. Yeah, I mean that was the entire purpose of the Hazda, I want to say. The Hazda were guildless who were sick of the Boros not responding to crises fast. They're fast enough. They're essentially like a neighborhood watch. The Hazda were voluntary law enforcement corps of Ravnica, operating especially in the peripheral and country areas outside the major urban clusters, covering areas that were not covered by the Wojek, the official lawmen. The Hazda were less trained and less well armed than the Wojeks. Yeah, the Hazda shield is broad, protecting both the free and the gilded. Yeah, Hazda's cool. The Alley Assailant, it's fine if you desperately need a fucking 3/3 for 3. You can play this for 3, or you can just play it as a 3/3 for 2, so you get the value later on. But it does cost 6, so it's very later on. Card's fine. Behind the Mask. Single blue instant. An additional cost to cast the spell, you may collect evidence 6. Until end of turn, target artifact or creature becomes an artifact creature with base power and toughness for 3. If evidence was collected, it has base power and toughness of 1/1 until end of turn instead. So either you can use this to, if you have an artifact, for example, make a new creature. You can use it to pump one of your creatures, or even if you don't collect evidence, if your opponent has a very big creature, you can make it smaller. Notably, it makes an artifact as well, so if you have something that's able to destroy artifacts, this will help you out. But if you're able to collect the evidence, you can make a shitty 1/1, which is dope. No one can tell me this is not Nicolas Cage. Face. Oh. This is a face-off reference. When I first saw this, it looked like a fucking Aetherborn to me, but it's just like mechanical gear work. So I'm legitimately unsure what's going on here. But this is Nicolas Cage's face. Actually, give me a second. Reddit. Magic. Search. Behind. Mask. That's fucking... That's Nick Cage, man. The flat eyebrows. The relatively large nose. Is it a full... Yeah, it's the smooth arc down. Like, it's not a bump arc. It's not a flat. It's not a concave. It's the smooth down. We got the face lines. Got the same fucking face lines. Whoops. That is Nick Cage. Is Nick Cage. It just is Nick Cage. Flourishing Bloomkin. 1 in a green for a 0/0 plant elemental. It gets +1/+1 for each force you control. Disguise of 4 in a green. When it's turn face up, search your library for up to 2 force cards. Put one of them onto the battlefield tapped and the other in your hand. Card's fine. It is, like, if you're playing essentially a mono green deck, which you won't be in limited, but whatever, it's like essentially a 2/2. I mean, yeah, it's quite literally a cultivate on a stick. If you think, like, the 3 mana you're paying for the cultivate, the 2 mana you're paying for the actual creature, seems fine. Griffknot Tracker, 3 and a white for a 3/2 human detective with flying. When it enters the battlefield, exile up to 2 cards from a single library. Card is good and limited. It's a common. It's a 4 mana 3/2 flyer. You get to exile stuff from your opponent's... I mean, you can exile things from your own graveyard, but I don't know why you would do that. But you can exile shit from your opponent so they can't use, like, evidence collecting and shit. Cool stuff. Offender at Large. The perspective on this card is a little janky. 4 and a red for a 5/4 giant rogue. Disguise of 4 and a red. When it enters the battlefield or is turn face up to 1 target creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Once again, I like this because you don't want to play too many big spells, big creatures, because it fucks with your curve. But since they have morph, it's a lot easier to put them in, to fit them in other places, and then later, if you top deck them, you can just get them immediately, or you'll have the mana later on in the game to turn them face up. Yeah, the perspective fucked me at first. I thought she was just very, very close to the camera. She technically, like, I thought these people were further away. She technically is close, but that's her footprint next to a normal person. She's making the quakes, essentially. That was not easy to see. Rift Burst Helion. Where the fuck did he come from? 5 red-green for a 6/7 with reach and disguise for double Gruul. Where the fuck did this shit come from? Is there just like a Helion in Gruul lands that has the ability to randomly fucking teleport places? And I mean, I guess. Is no... I need to write this down because I will not I will not remember. Tier list MTG safest planes. Robobelt Magric. Just yeah. This is called a Maka. We had one other Maka before. Oh, we have 2 Makas. Feral Maka and Robobelt Maka. They are big cats with 6 eyes. Guy loves going places. Let's see. Single green, 1/1, human detective. When it enters the battlefield, surveil 2. You may pay a green and exile this from your graveyard. Put a 1/1 counter on target creature. Any creature doesn't have to be your own. And you activate only the sorcery. This is very similar to... not Undergrowth. Scavenge. You get Surveil 2, which is helpful for your collecting evidence. Yeah, it's chill. It's fine. Rot Farm Mortipede. 3 and a black, 3/4, insect. Whenever one or more creature cards leave your graveyard, Rot Farm Mortipede gets +1/+0 and gains menace and lifelink until end of turn. It's a fine statted card. It works with collecting evidence. It works with the last card because you get to exile it. Yeah, it's fine. That's what it is. Curious Inquiry. Single blue enchant creature. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1 and has, whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, investigate. Hey, it's Curiosity, except it gives you tokens instead. Fuck you. I will always hate these auras because I hate mono blue tempo. Case of the Uneaten Feast. Single white pip. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, you gain 1. To solve, you've gained 5 or more life this turn. Technically not hard. If it's solved, sacrifice this case. Creature cards in your graveyard gain, you may cast this card from your graveyard until end of turn. Meh. I mean, the thing is, right, like, this seems reasonable for, the already, like, mono-white life-gaining Angel deck, because it's going to be very easy to gain 5 life. This is another way to gain, like, have more triggers for life gain. And then later on, like, if you're in a situation where you just need to cast more things, you can sack this, and you get value. Johnny is welcome with upside. Yes. Yeah. Caught red-handed. 4 and a red for an instant. The spell cannot be countered. Cue blue spells. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature. It gains haste. Suspect it. It's an instant, which is dope. Because it means that you can remove a creature that's attacking you from combat. Notably, it also becomes suspected, so it can't block. That's one of the reasons that they don't have these active treason effects at instant speed, because then, like, you destroy combat. It can't be countered, so your opponent can't do anything about it, which is dope. This gets around ward, which again is dope. And then, like usual, with the active treason effects, you can sack it if you have a sack outlet. Conspiracy Unraveler. 5 double blue for a 6/6 Sphinx Detective with flying. You may collect evidence 10 rather than pay the mana cost for spells that you cast. It's interesting, but that's a lot. That seems like a lot. One time. Sorry about that. My nephew was misbehaving, so I took one of his toys. He does a thing where he, like, slams his head on the couch. One, that's not good for him. 2, it's not good for the couch or the wall that it's hitting. And of course, it's very annoying. The issue is I told him multiple times the other day that if he kept doing that, I would take a toy. I cannot make a threat if I'm not going to follow through. So I took one of his toys. Anyway, this card's interesting. It's a lot, man. It's a lot. One of the coolest cards for collecting evidence is Mist Hollow? This is Mist Hollow Griffin. You can cast this shit from exile, baby. With discard effects attached, like discovered item. Yeah. There's Mist Hollow Griffin, and then there's one more. It is an Eldrazi. I want to say that it costs 3. Shit. Does it cost 2? I thought for certain it costs 3. The fuck? Huh? I'm so It is an Eldrazi, right? It does not cost 5. What the fuck? There's an Eldrazi that can be cast. Yes. Exile. Did it show up and I missed it? Am I stupid? It did. I'm stupid. That's all. You need to lay down. So yeah, there's this, and then there's technically this, but it's not actually. Luna. No. God dang it. So, plenty to go. Alright, Leyline of the Guild Pact. Okay. Silly one of just to see if I can get it for free. No. So this card is very interesting. It is hybrid Selesnya, Simic, Golgari, Gruul. So it's all of the green guild colors. It's a 4-mana enchantment. It's a leyline. If it's in your opening hand, you may begin the game with it on the battlefield. Each non-land permanent you control, so all colors. Lands you control are every basic land type, in addition to their other land types. This is interesting. If we're already doing domain stuff, yeah, that is true. This is interesting. It works with domain really nicely. Things that care about things being multicolored and or all colors, this works with nicely. It is weird. You can play it in a deck that is mono green, but green is allowed to rainbow things, right? We've seen with the tree, the world tree, yeah. Green's allowed to rainbow things. It's cool. It's interesting. I like it. Yeah, you could Glass of the Guild Pact. I don't think you should, but notably, there are ley lines that compound, that stack. This is one of those that don't. Yeah, like this will stack, this will stack, this stacks, sort of. This does, blah blah blah. So, it's cool. I'm glad there's another ley line. I don't care about it though. Lamplight Phoenix. You mean Little Lamplight from Fallout 3? 1 double red for a 3/3 Phoenix. When it dies, you may exile it and collect evidence 4. If you do, return it to the battlefield tapped. Notably, it says you exile it first. Obviously, like, you can collect evidence for it, then you gotta do the thing. Genuinely bad rare. Really? You're talking about the Phoenix, right? It's not. You don't have to care about the second ability. It's a 3-mana 3/3 with flying. That's good by itself. The fact of the matter is, if you're playing an aggressive deck, right, your cards are generally not going to have any value when they're in the graveyard, right? And this is not necessarily a lot, right? Like this is a single 2-drop and, you know, a burn spell or 2, right? It even works fine on defense because it doesn't say just during your turn. So you can block with it, you get it back tapped, and then you get more. They feed each other relatively well insofar as if you have 2 of them, it's easier to get 1 of them back. I think it's fine to good. Eliminate the impossible. 1 in a blue for an instant. Investigate creatures your opponents control. Get -2/-0 until end of turn. If any of them are suspected, they're no longer suspected. This makes it so your opponent's creatures are easier to block because they're not going to fucking be suspected with menace. They're going to have smaller power, and notably, it's specifically -2. Your morph creatures are now going to be able to kill their morph creatures without your morph creatures dying. Dope. Agency Outfitter. 4 double blue for a 4/3 Sphinx Detective with a mustache and a nice detective hat with flying. Agency Outfitter enters the battlefield. You may search your library, graveyard, hand for a card named Magnifying Glass and or Thinking Cap and put them onto the battlefield. If you search your library this way, shuffle. Thinking Cap, well, I'll do Magnifying Glass. Magnifying Glass is a reprint. It's a 3-mana artifact. Tap, add a colorless. 4 tap, you investigate. Cool. Thinking Cap is a single 1-mana artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+2 as equipped for 3, but it equips detectives for 1. Notably, this is common. The Magnifying Glass is common. These are not going to be hard to pick up in Limited if you get an Agency Outfitter. So sometimes you'll see, and they've like phased this out like hugely, bigly. There are situations where in the past they've had rares that reference other cards in the set, but they're fucking rare. So if you have commons, and the main one I'm thinking about is Nissa. She had like a 2-mana 2/3 in one of them sets. But if you have a card that's rare that references other cards, and if those other cards are at uncommon or hell in common, the amount of times a player is going to be able to get value out of that is very slim. So I really like the card that gets them is uncommon, so you're not going to see it always, but the cards that it gets are common, so you're more likely to see them if you have a situation where you see this. Oh, I see what you're saying. I prefer it this way because, specifically, when you cast Agency Outfitter, you get both of these cards. You can use the Magnifying Glass mana to immediately attach the Thinking Cap Notably, Thinking Cap gives +1/+2. The Sphinx is a 4/3, so it becomes a 5/5. Love it, fantastic, really cool. If you get an outfitter, for what it's worth, also like the outfitter is not terrible. 6 mana for a 4/3 of flying is not the best. Usually you're going to want to pay 5 mana for 4 power of flying. Thereabouts, somewhere thereabouts. But if you even get one of these cards in your draft, that's value. Especially since you can get it from your graveyard. I kind of wish you could take it from exile, but I assume the reason they did that is so that it wasn't so good with evidence, collecting evidence, because like being able to use the magnifying glass for 3 evidence and then get it back with Outfitter might be insane, but I don't know. It's cool. I like it. Frantic Scapegoat. My man's lost his mind. Single red for a 1/1 haste goat. When it enters the battlefield, suspect it. Whenever one or more other creatures enter the battlefield under your control, if Scapegoat is suspected, you may suspect one of the other creatures. If you do, this is no longer suspected. Dope aggressive card. It's 1 mana, haste with menace. So in this situation, I'm thinking of constructed more. I rarely see 1 mana creatures in limited that I love. But hasty creature, it has menace. You get to attack your opponent, relatively unlikely to be able to block. You get another hasty creature, 2 mana 2/2, 3 mana 3/3 with haste, right? One of those stat lines. Fucking suspect that bitch. Sure, your Frantic Scapegoat no longer is gonna, or your Frantic is no longer gonna have Menace, but who cares? You have a big creature that's harder to block now. It's dope. The art is fantastic because it's by one of the best artists in Magic the Gathering. It's good shit. It's funny. I like it. Hard-hitting question. Single green sorcery. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature or planeswalker you don't control. It's a bite spell. It's sorcerer speed. It's posed wrong. Right? He's posed wrong. Because the guy is moving towards camera. I'm stanced up. So his right, the detective's right leg is forward. So if I'm stanced up this. Yeah, no. The rotation there would be from left to right, or in the case of this, from towards camera to off camera, or away from camera. But the way his fists are is towards his right, which is away from camera. So his pose is correct for the position that he's in, but it's not correct for the direction in which the hit character is flying. Right? I'm not insane. That's right. Because you get the full rotation. This way you don't have nearly as much rotation, right? Much more than yeah, I don't know. Am I weird for noticing that? Possibly. But I can't. Wait. What the fuck is this? Oh, that's just his coat, right? Yeah, that's just his coat. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's strange. Doorkeeper Thrall. 1 and a white, or a 1/2 Thrall with flying and flash. Artifacts and creatures entering the battlefield don't cause abilities to trigger. Get fucked. Yeah. It is a... What the fuck are you called? It's the lip girl. Hushbringer? Yeah, Hushbringer. Lip Girl. It's Hushbringer, except it has flash instead of lifelink, and it affects artifacts as well. It's not strictly better, because one, it doesn't have lifelink. That can matter. It legitimately can matter. And two, if you have Hushbringer, right, you know that you're building a deck, you know that your creatures entering the battlefield don't cause abilities to trigger. You still get value from the artifacts. And And notably, this doesn't hit dying things. So they're similar, but still very different. Arena music is too low. There we go, much better. Lumbering Laundry, hilarious. 5 mana, artifact, the Golem. It's a 4/5. Pay 2 until end of turn. You may look at face down creatures you don't control anytime. Disguise of 5. A True Crime Freshen, hilarious. This is the scrying eye or whatever the fuck it is. Something lens, I think. For the set, you get to look at the face down creatures. Notably, players are not allowed to mix up face down creatures. You have to keep. Both players need to know the order in which face down creatures have entered the battlefield. The reason that's so important is because I forgot. But in this situation, right, I'm getting the value here. I get to look at your creatures. I get to write down, in a timely manner, but I get to write down what these creatures are. And I will know the order that they're in. Now, they might move by themselves, but as long as we are keeping track of what's what, that's allowed. But in a situation like this, your opponent is not ever allowed to do something in which you no longer know which of the creatures that you've seen is. Your opponent is not allowed to essentially confuse you for the thing that you're allowed to know. Like if they play a new one, you also have to know that you don't know that one, right? It's all very important. For what it's worth, there are cards like if they mass blink them and they come back face down, like they're different objects at that case, but still. Outrageous Robbery. X double black for an instant. Target opponent exiles the top X cards of their library face down. You may look at and play those cards for as long as they remain exiled. If you cast a spell this way, you may spend mana as though it were mana of any type to cast it. Yes, that's what I was saying. Like, there are going to be cards that do the thing. Card rules supersede game rules. This is an instant. I can see this being a really good card to bring in control mirrors. Like if you're on black, for example, because it's instant, you look at and play those cards. You get to play the lands as well. So you get to essentially you get to hold up counter magic. If your control opponent doesn't do anything, you get to cast this. They might counter it, but if they counter it, you get to untap and potentially play like a Planeswalker or a big threat that has innate protection, etc., etc. But if they don't, you get value. And in control matchups, that's incredibly important. One, you're more likely to keep hitting your land drops, because if you get land from this, then you get to play it. And you just get to cast those cards. Also, the opponent does not know what those cards are. They don't know what you have. Also, it goes into Mr. Studio deck, obviously. Cool stuff. Exit Specialist. 1 in a blue, 2/1, Human Detective. It can't be blocked by creatures with power 3 or greater. It has Disguise of 1 in a blue. When it's turned face up, return another target creature to its owner's hand. Good card is good. It's a 2-mana 2/1 that can't be uber blocked or whatever. And then it has a mana war ability. You can hit your own creatures. You can hit your opponent's creatures. Good stuff is good. Soul Search, fantastic art. White-black for a sorcery. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it. Exile that card. If that card's mana value is 1 or less, create a 1/1 white and black spirit creature token with flying. We've seen cards similar to this before, where it costs 2 to cast, but you exile a thing. That's too much to pay. But with this, if the thing that you're getting rid of has a low CMC, like it would if you're playing a constructed game, like it might, I should say, then you get a dude. And that's pretty dope. The main situations where I see this being pretty reasonable are situations where you're playing against like a burn deck, right? Or a red deck wins deck, where you can get rid of a scary thing in your opponent's hand that costs 1, and you get a blocker for whatever's already on the board, so you get to buy a little bit more time as well. So I do like Soul Search. Whether or not it's going to be played anywhere, fucking maybe not. Case of the Shattered Pact. Hey, look, it's the window that has exploded. 2 mana. When this case enters the battlefield, 2 generic mana, by the way. When this case enters the battlefield, search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, and put it in your hand. Very similar to the lesson. Introduction to biology? I don't fucking know. To solve, there are 5 colors among permanents you control. Hey, that's pretty good with the ley line. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gains flying, double strike, and vigilance until end of turn. I'm disappointed. The reason I'm disappointed is I feel like, because notably this solves during your end step, so you don't get to get the value out of it like immediately. I would have preferred if the solved thing, because remember you can only target one of your creatures. I'd prefer it if it had 1 ability from each. You know, maybe you drop double strike for first strike and give it lifelink. Death touch with first strike is annoying, obviously. You know, for black, maybe you just give it. Maybe lifelink will be black. You know, whatever. But you can give it. I mean, you can just give it menace, right? Like that's also fine. I'm just disappointed. I mean, it's still good. Double strike, flying double strike and vigilance is still good. Doesn't mean I can't be unhappy about it. Neighborhood Guardian, 1 and a white, right? 2/2 unicorn. Whenever another creature with power 2 or less enters the battlefield under your control, target creature you control gets +1/+1. I don't like these cards. And here's why. Pretty sure it was a multicolored card. Yeah, it was the bear. This says base power and toughness. So if shit's modified, you still get the value. I'm fairly certain. And the reason I'm fairly certain is because of cards like this. This is not base power. So if you have any like Anthem effect, you don't get the value. Like they have to be bears and stay bears. But if I recall correctly, there's another card in the set that like makes your 2/2s not 2/2s anymore. I mean, it's a bear. It's a 2-mana 2/2. It works with your morph creatures technically. It attacks as a 3/3. If you play this on turn 2 and you play a morph on turn 3, you get to target this thing to get +1/+1, so you get to attack. Like blah de blah. It works with morphs, but I'm just sad that it's not base. Living Conundrum, 4 and a blue 2/5 elemental. It has hexproof. If you draw a card while your library has no cards in it, skip that draw instead. As long as there are no cards in your library, Living Conundrum has base power and toughness 10/10. It has flying and vigilance. It's hexproof. It can be destroyed. They can force you to sacrifice. that Capenna card that created a ton of 1/1s. It was a white instant, right? Oh, no, it was a Selesnya instant? Was it? I don't remember. Oh, the enchantment with Hideaway. God damn it. I was right the fucking first time. Rabble Rousing. Whenever you attack with one or more creatures, create that many 1/1 citizens. Then if you control 10 or more, you may play the exile card. It is funny. I think this is possibly very good in limited. Here's my reasoning. There's a decent amount of self-mill in this set because of evidence collecting. It's not impossible to have no cards in your library. It closes out a game once you have no cards because there's Flying and Vigilance. Because as hexproof, it's relatively difficult to get rid of. And if this gets milled, it is 5. Yeah, like, because one of the things that I was thinking earlier was, is this a format where you play 45 cards in your limited decks instead of 40 because of the amount of self-mill? Good. I mean, yeah, it's another blue card that makes it so you don't fucking die from having no cards. I would not be surprised if this is decent in like as a mid pick in limited. I also wouldn't be surprised if it isn't. I know that's kind of a tautology, but fuck you. Cryptic Coat. 2 and a blue for an artifact equipment. When it enters the battlefield, cloak the top card of your library, then attach the cloak to it. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 and can't be blocked. And you can pay 1 in a blue to return it to its owner's hand, to return Cryptic Coat. Notably, it has no inherent equip costs. There are some cards that give things equip costs, like Pure Steel Paladin. Paladin gives an equip of 0, right? It doesn't change the cost. Yeah, have equip 0. Yeah, it gives them a thing. Some things allow you to equip, like it'll reduce the cost, but works in this situation. But what's nice is 1, instant speed. Fantastic. Your opponent can eat eggs. But it costs, right, this is why it's so good. It costs a morph spell, right? It costs 3 to get the morph creature anyway. Right? Technically it costs more because you have to pay 2 to get it back. But what that means is it's repeatable draw. And if they happen to be creatures, you can get more value. This card's good. This is a good pick in limited. Probably a pretty high pick. Case of the Gateway Express. Motherfucker died on a train. 1 in a white. When this case enters the battlefield, choose target creature you don't control. Each creature you control deals 1 damage to that creature. Kind of funny. White is allowed to deal direct damage to creatures when it's attacking, or if it's based on the number of creatures you have. Cool stuff. You're generally not going to want to play this on turn 2, but it's like this is more of a turn 4 Andy. So essentially what you do, right? Like you have a 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop. Turn 4 you play this. You get to remove one of your opponent's creatures. Maybe you play another creature before this, whatever. You get to remove one of your opponent's creatures. You get to attack with your 3 creatures, which will solve the case. And your creatures get bigger. Cool. Whoop-de-doo, I don't care. Evidence Examiner. Green-blue for a 2/2 Merfolk Detective. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may collect evidence 4. Whenever you collect evidence, investigate. It's repeatable evidence collecting if you have stuff that cares. It's repeatable investigating. Notably, this doesn't need to collect its own evidence to investigate. Whenever you play like any card with evidence collecting and you collect that evidence, you get the investigation. So this is a signpost, common or uncommon, good card. It's also a bear. Surveillance Monitor. 4 blue for a 3/3 Vidalcan Detective. When it enters the battlefield, you may collect evidence 4. Whenever you collect evidence, create a 1/1 colorless artifact creature token with flying. Another evidence payoff. When you collect some evidence, you get more value. Cool. Fantastic. Torch the Witness. Jesus. X and a red for a sorcery. Torch the Witness deals twice X damage to target creature. If excess damage was dealt to that creature this way, investigate. So, you pay a total of 2 mana, you deal 2 damage. You pay a total of 3 mana, you deal 4 damage. 3 mana for 4 damage. It's pretty reasonable. Why are my fucking headphones not charging? And then, like, you had a little bit of bonus stuff. Cool. It's good. Like, that is good removal. Like, legitimately, this is just good removal. It scales. It kills morphs. Oh, shit, never mind. They have ward 2. I keep forgetting that the morphs in this set have fucking ward 2. I keep forgetting that. Okay, it doesn't kill morphs for 2. But it does still kill. It's still good removal. Shut up. Incinerator of the Guilty. 6 mana, 4 red, for a 6/6 dragon with flying and trample. When it deals combat damage to a player, you may collect evidence X. When you do, Incinerator of the Guilty deals X damage to each creature and each planeswalker that player controls. Notably, this is very similar to Steel Hellkite. It is different. Steel Hellkite, if I recall correctly, cares about CMC and it just destroys. I guess it's also similar to... What is the name of that thing? It's like... Glass, maybe? No, shit. It's a dragon from Innistrad. Type. Dragon. I believe it costs 5 red. I don't remember which one is from the... Oops. Baleful Dragon. I got it. That's cool. Yeah, Baleful Dragon. Very similar. This one you have to collect evidence. It does cost less. It does have trample though. So it's easier to deal the damage. Yeah. That's fine. When you nut, but she keeps bucking. Get it? Because he's a centaur. Anyway, Yaris, Roar of the Old Gods. More fucking god shit. The Gruul have too many gods. 2 red-green for a 4/4 Centaur Druid. Legendary. Other creatures you control have haste. Whenever one more face-down creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, draw a card. Whenever a face-down creature you control dies, return to the battlefield, face down under its owner's control. If it's a permanent, you turn it face up. Just another religious extremist. And this card's it's only a rare. This is a easy first pick in literally any draft. You're on pack 2 and you've opened almost nothing but white and blue cards. You take this card. This card is absolutely insane. Whenever a face-down creature you control dies, return it to the battlefield face down under its owner's control. If it's a permanent card, turn it face up. That is insanity. You get to essentially attack with impunity, so you're more likely to get to draw more cards. And you don't care if they get blocked, because if they die, you get them back. And you might get them back better. Card is good and nuts. Also, when you nut, but she keeps bucking. Sultai is looking very funny in constructed with all the cloak and disguise support. Yeah, I'm curious to see how the set shapes out in terms of like trying to make theme decks. But Expedited Inheritance, double red for an enchantment. Whenever a creature is dealt damage, its controller may exile that many cards from the top of their library. Then, oh wait, they may play those cards until the end of their next turn. Whenever a creature is dealt damage, its controller may exile that many cards. May play those cards until their next turn. Interesting. This gives your opponent the possibility of doing that. But your cards are likely going to be cheaper if you're playing an aggressive deck. One of the issues with a lot of the things I've talked about so far, for maybe they can be played in aggressive decks, is that they themselves aren't aggressive cards, right? They themselves don't forward your game plan of being aggressive. I am unsure if this is good enough. 10th District Hero. We have a new, what is your fucking name? I'm just going to say Evolve Sleeper because that's the one I can think of. We have a new Evolve Sleeper. 1 and a white for a 2/3 human detective. Already above rate, good card, pick it up and draft. It's only a human, which is strange, but okay. You can pay 1 and a white, collect evidence 2. Not too much evidence, but you still gotta collect something. A 10th District Hero becomes a human detective with base power and toughness, 4/4, and gains vigilance. 4 mana, and collecting 2 evidence, 4/4 with vigilance. Decent. 2 and a white, collect evidence 4. If 10th District Hero is a detective, it becomes a legendary creature named Milivoj the Stalwart. It has base power and toughness 5/5, and it gains other creatures you control have indestructible. Oh shit. Fun fact, Milivoj is a character that has been named before. Did I switch down to... Sport from Morningstar. But a big blue zombie potamus from beyond the stars. This is what they're invading us with. She's hilarious. The 10th is under heavy attack, but it's being handled. I sent Milivoj. Right. Really dope. I'm glad that Milivoj is technically getting a card. I hope that in the future she does get her own card. Like where she's just Milivoj. But I do like this card. Fucking Italian. Rune Brand Juggler. Words are hard. Alright. It's been a long December. Black-red for a 2/2 human shaman. When it enters the battlefield, suspect up to 1 target creature that you control. Pay 3 black-red and sacrifice a suspected creature. Target creature gets -5/-5 until end of turn. It has sacrifice, which Rakdos does. It has suspecting your own shit, which Rakdos does. It only gets power from Forrest. I don't think I specified that it can only get Forests. It just gets power from them. Whoops. This card I believe is the sign. Yeah, I know. It only gets power from Forest, but you can. It's a normal cultivate. Oh, wait a minute. Am I still stupid and wrong? So it's, wait, I thought it was any basic. No, it is Forest. Okay. So I was wrong for a different reason. I knew it could get more than just basic forests. I was wrong. It can only get Forrests. Don't have to be basic? Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's a side grade for what I thought it was. Signpost uncommon. Pick it if you wanna. Hustle. Then bustle. Hustle is an is-it instant. Target creature attacks or blocks this turn of Fable. Hey you, do a thing. Bustle. 4 in double Gruul. Sorcery. Creatures you control get +2/+2 and gain trample until end of turn. You may turn a face-down creature you control face up. This card is a very good card, as essentially an overrun in limited. Even if you don't have a face-down creature to get the full value out of, +2/+2 and trample on your whole board is still pretty decent. Fugitive Courier. 2 and a blue for a 3/2 Merfolk Advisor. The Courier can't be blocked as long as you've sacrificed an artifact this turn. When it attacks, draw a card and discard a card. So the idea is you are going to be sacking clues. With those clues, you're going to have been sacked an artifact, so you get to attack, you get to draw a card, you get to discard a card, you already drew a card this turn, blah, 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 you get more card draw triggers. Cool. Banish the fanfiction. Okay, I don't know what this is supposed to be. Yo no hablo español. Je ne parle pas español. I don't speak Spanish. 2 in double blue for an instant. The owner of target spell or non-land permanent puts it on the top or bottom of their library. We've seen effects like this. Yeah. There's a Aftermath card that does this, right? Yeah, commit. Target spell or non-land permanent. So you get to choose, but it's always going to be second from the top. And it has a less reductive blue pip. Yeah, no, it's good. Yeah, and commit to memory saw play, but it does have the ability to do the memory part. Command was still good, but it's able to do the memory part, so I don't know how much this will see play. I also just noticed it's an uncommon. I'm glad that this effect is uncommon. Officious Interrogation. Oh, fucking sick, dude. White-blue for an instant. The spell costs white-blue more to cast for each target beyond the first. Choose any number of target players. Investigate X times, where X is the total number of creatures that those players control. Hey, you need to put a lot of artifact tokens into play? Bada bing, bada boom. I have a lot of creatures. I mean, for what it's worth, like 4 mana. So let's say this is 1v1, right? You and your opponent each have... what's it? I think 3 is a reasonable average number. So there's 6 total. 4 mana for 6 clues. It gives you 6 immediate artifact ETB triggers. It gives you the ability to draw more cards. It's instant speed. So you can choose to fucking not do it. It's cool. It's cool shit. I like it. Is it gonna be good? I don't know. Hazda Vigilante. 4 and a white for a 4/4 giant soldier. When it enters the battlefield or attacks, put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control with power 2 or less. This is the card I was thinking of. I get that this card shouldn't say base power, because then it can keep making the one creature big, which is not the point of this creature, I don't think. But the rest of them not saying base power makes me sad. Meh. Bubble Smuggler. I don't like how this motherfucker looks. 1 and a blue for an octopus fish. 5 and a blue disguise. It's a 2/1. As it is turn face up, put 4 1/1 counters on it. Notably, this says as it is turn face up, so this will not use the stack. There's no point at which your opponent can deal 1 damage to this and kill it. There's literally no point. I believe the way it works also is even if it has damage marked on it, you can still flip it, and you'll still be getting the counters. There's no timing. Yeah, because the state-based actions won't be checked until afterwards. Yeah. It's a bear that can be bigger late game. Totally fine. But technically, it's a piker, something like that. Snarling Gorehound, horrifying art. That's also pretty fucking dope. Single black for a 1/1 dog with menace. Whenever another creature with power 2 or less enters the battlefield under control, surveil 1. Balls to the wall aggro. This is with black. Surveilling in an aggressive deck is pretty decent. Kind of love this dog. I mean, it's a good dog. I mean, horrifying. Good dog. Being able to surveil is quite nice in an aggressive deck. You can make sure that you hit your land drops in the early game, and then once you get to the late game, you can make it so it's less likely for you to flood out. It has menace, so it can get in early on, and you don't have to care too much about it. It's reasonable. I wouldn't be surprised if it sees play. Oh, it's common. I looked over here and I saw that it was $2 pre-order price, and I was wondering why. I'm fairly certain it's because the fact that this is common means this is probably a pretty good popper aggro card. Basilica Stalker. 5 and a black for a 3/4 vampire detective with flying. When it deals combat damage to a player, you gain 1 life and you surveil 1. As a disguise of 4 and a black. Talking too long. Card's fine. Again, this is the same with like the red cards that I was talking about. This is a card that you're okay having, even though it costs 6 mana. You can play it for 3. Morph is good in that way. Oh, I never actually Googled this. So when I saw this card on Reddit, people said this was slush art. I was confused. I'll talk about the card first. 4 and a green for a 5/5 plant elemental. It's a disguise of 5 and a green. When it's turn faced up, destroy target artifact or enchantment an opponent controls. Okay, so 5 mana 5/5, you can get extra value out of it, whatever. I'm going to try and find Vengeful Creeper. Let's see. Thought this was Lorcana for a second. Agreed, this has a bit of a Hearthstone vibe. Oh, this person, the artist has done a lot of art for the for Magic Spellslingers. Oh, interesting. Okay, there it is. There's the card that I was thinking of. So it looks like Bramble Creeper, which makes sense. Both of them are creepers. This, I guess, is just what creepers look like in Magic. But one of the main things is people were talking about is that this statue is incredibly generic, and I agree. This doesn't look like a statue that would be on Ravnica, like at all. So some people seem to think that, some people seem to think that this is possibly art that was meant for Magic Spellslingers, and Wizards was like, nobody loves our game, so they decided to use it here. It's possible. I don't love it, but I also need to. I don't know what slush art means. Slush. The fuck? The top thing, look, all of the top things are actually specifically Magic. Oh no, that's Hearthstone. motherfucker. Slush art. Fucking urban dictionary. Doesn't have it. Alright, fuck you. My guess from context clues is that it's art that was meant for something else was being used now. Sure, whatever. Fuck this plant. Robobelt Braggart is a 4 and a red 5/5 Viashino warrior. When it attacks, if it's not suspected, you may suspect it. Really nice. You can. This is repeatable unsuspecting for the black-red suspect deck. It attacks with Minache, but the turn you play it, you have a 5/5 that can block. Card's good. 5 mana 5/5. Extra shit. Good things. Sanguine Savior. 1 white-black for a 2/1 flying lifelink vampire cleric. Has Disguise of Double Orzhov. When it's turn face up, another target creature you control gains lifelink until end of turn. This card is just good. If you need to give something lifelink, you can. Otherwise, just playing this as a 3 mana 2/1 flyer with lifelink, totally good, totally fine. It invalidates a morph that's on the ground. Reasonable card. Fayflight. Did Kellen not fly? In previous sets? I thought he's always been able to fly. I'm very confused. Anyway, 1 in a blue for a flash enchant creature. When it enters the battlefield, the enchanted creature gains hexproof. Enchanted creature gets +1/+0 and has flying. Big deal. Insidious Rot. Pretty dope. Black-green for an enchantment. Creature tokens you control have tap, add 1 mana of any color. Whenever 1 or more creature cards leave your graveyard, create a 0/1 green plant creature token, then put a 1/1 counter on each plant you control. If you're playing creature tokens, you want to play this card. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much it. This actually works nicely with like Disturb. Ooh, just like any creature that like Unearth, shit like that. Just ways of naturally getting stuff back. Busted card with any reanimation stuff. I wouldn't say it's busted. It does work with it though. I like it. I fucking love this shit. Call a surprise witness. I'm back, motherfuckers. I feel like Tesa was just like, I'm gonna die at some point. I'm gonna make sure that I come back as a fucking ghost. I'm leading the goddamn syndicate. Anyway, doesn't require much work. It creates a board state only if you are able to get rid of creatures from your graveyard. Like, you still have to do work for it. Like, it doesn't innately come with a board state. 1 in a white for a sorcery. Return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Put a flying counter on it. It's a spirit in addition to its other types. So we've seen effects like this before. In the Brothers War, we saw one that can get an artifact as well. In another set, you could get a creature, and the creature had some bonus. I don't remember what it is. And then in a different set, you had one of these that cost 3. There's one that costs 3 mana, but you can get multiple permanents. The mana value just had to add up to 3. So, you know, this is an effect that Wizard seems to be okay printing more of, and I appreciate it. I like these effects. I think they're cool. And Taste is back, bitches. I think I understand how to read. What was it? Spanish or Italian? Italian. Wisp Drinker Vampire. 2 white black for a 2/4 vampire rogue with flying. Whenever another creature with power 2 or less enters the battlefield under control, each opponent loses 1 life, and you gain 1 life. Works with tokens. 5 white-black creatures you control with power 2 or less gain Death Touch and lifelink until end of turn. It's giving Vault of the Archangel, except it costs more, but it can attack. Card's fine. Flotsam and Jetsam. 1 in a Simic, or an instant. Mill 3 cards, Investigate. Works. This one I think works like the best with the collecting evidence because you actively mill yourself. And then Jetsam. 4 double Dimir. Each opponent mills 3 cards. Not great because you're giving them cards, but whatever. Then you may cast a spell from each opponent's graveyard without paying its mana cost. If a spell cast this way would be put into a graveyard, exile it instead. However, it is pretty decent. Notably, it does not have to be one of the milled cards. It doesn't have to be like a specific type of spell, like a creature, enchantment, whatever. It can be any. Card is dope. Breachlight. Huh? Each player mills 10 cards for each player. Choose a creature or planeswalker card in that player's graveyard. Put those cards on the battlefield under your control. Then each creature you control becomes a Phyrexian. So it's different. Breach does mill more, a significant amount more. 10 is way bigger than 3. You can only get creatures and planeswalkers, and notably, you put them onto the battlefield. You don't get to cast them. So there are, like, Eldrazi, for example, will have cast triggers. So in this situation, you still get the cast triggers, so that's nice. They're very similar. They operate on different things. Breach also hits you. Jetsam only hits your opponents. So. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Where's your other hand? Is that supposed to... I mean, that's her left hand. Yeah. No, that looks right. Where the fuck is your other hand? Anyway, Dramatic Accusation. 2 and a blue for an enchant creature. When it enters the battlefield, tap enchanted creature. Enchanted creature doesn't untap during its control's untap step. Pay double blue, shuffle the enchanted creature into its owner's library. Notably, you can pay the mana, put the ability on the stack, and if you have a way, you can bounce the Dramatic Accusation I'm going to take that back because I'm unsure if it works the way I think it does. Because the creature is no longer the enchanted creature. But it was when it was... I'm not sure. So I'm not going to say anything yet. Hey, what's up, Mangetsu? Yeah, no, I like that Tristani was the bad guy. And I like... This is actually my favorite part about this set. They fucking acknowledged the Phyrexian invasion. The reason, and it's specifically Oba. So it's Oba. I want to say that this one is Cess. And I've forgotten the last one's name, and I feel bad about it. So I'm gonna again look her up. I read a lot of Ravnica Guild lore the other day. Oh, I'm stupid. This is Oba. this is Sess. And this is Sim. I think I'm wrong again. No, it was Oba who was bad. The Dread of Life. Her hair is tangled with leaves and vines. That's not Oba, though. That actually changed. I was reading the thing, and it said somewhere that they changed. Oh, here. Needing to recover strength, Vichugazi was replanted in Selesnya Park, and Tristani moved along with it. After the replanting, the Dryads changed position, with Sim and Sess on the left and right. I assume it's their left and right. And Obo replacing Sim at the center position. Sim. Eldest. The issue that I'm having here is that Sim has always been the one with the hood. This is Sim. Oba is the one with the longest hair. So in this situation, this is Oba. And this is Sess. She has a headband made of golden, although unfortunately these both have gold. No. There's a different reason, which I'll talk about in a second. Yeah. Yes. Sess has the largest headpiece, like the tallest. So this is Sess. This is Oba, and this is Sim. Which makes sense, because she was the one in the middle at the time. After War of the Spark, or after the invasion, Oba should be in the center. And Oba is the one with the most hair. This should be Oba. This should be Sim. And this should be Sess. This art is not giving me a damn thing. I don't think that this is her hair, though. Like, the hooded one, the fucking hooded one has goddamn always been Sim. It's a thing. I'll talk about it in a second. What the fuck? I'm so upset. The way that they're... This art is not fucking consistent. Both of these motherfuckers shouldn't have the same length head thing. Like, see, in this situation, this here is Oba. This is Sess. See the headdress? This is Sim. fucking time skip redesign. No, it's just unfortunate inconsistencies. So again, we have Sim. She's even in the middle. Oba, Sess. Because, like, this person doesn't have a thing, so this should be Sess. Like, very easily, this should be Sess. And then this should be Sim. Sim has always been the one depicted with the fucking hat. And this is the easiest one, because we know for a fact that this is Oba, this is Sim, and this is Sess. Didn't talk with each other, it happens. I mean, I guess the thing is, this is something that was established as soon as Tristani became the guildmaster. Because she was also, yeah. Because Sim was also, like, always the smallest. Well, she's tall here for some reason, but also kind of tall here. All right, I don't. Technically the slightest. I don't fucking know, man. Before Tristani, it was the High Council. Before the High Council, it was the course of the Conclave. All three of them have been representatives of Mat Selesnya, the original group of druids that signed the Guild Pact. Let's see. Selesnya leadership is comprised mainly here. I'll fucking copy, paste. The guild leader. Founded by Mat Selesnya, a female humanoid elemental formed via the fusion of multiple dryads. The course of the Conclave were a group of dryads that the Selesnya initially had like a weird mind link. I don't think they all technically have it now, at least not to the same extent that they used to. But all of the Conclave, like if they meditated enough, they could hear the course of the Conclave. She is the acting guild leader. The High Council was a few of these motherfuckers. When Tristani got fucked, when she was thinking during War of the Spark, Imara was the acting guild leader. And once again, Imara is the active guild leader. Hippie hive mind, I mean, essentially. You know, for what it's worth, I'm happy that Tristani is the bad guy. Or a third of Tristani is. And for what it's worth, it is the one that cares the most. Like, it's the one that's the most emotional. It's the one that is affected by things the most. I don't understand why this is fucking considered connected. Whatever. Like, this is supposed to be the bad person, but they're making it look like this is whatever. Yeah, so essentially what happens is, so Tristani gets replanted because they got fucked up during the Phyrexian invasion. They got shuffled around during the replanting. Oba became the middle, which, whatever. Then Oba was able to, not surreptitiously, was able to inconspicuously. I don't think that's the word I was looking for, but whatever. She was able to do killings, thanks to the fact that, like, the Vitu-Ghazi, like, has roots goddamn everywhere. And they are part of Vitu-Ghazi. Even though they're replanted, they're still a part. It's fucking weird. So she essentially was killing people, and the people she was killing specifically were people, or the people she was targeting at least, were people who profited, who she thought were betrayers of Ravnica during the Phyrexian invasion. So the Simic were the Simic guild leader at the time. Vannifar and Zagana were weird. They like went back and forth. One of them, motherfuckers, said, "Fucking look at the oil. You can do weird shit with it because we're weird." Is it? We're like, I'm gonna fucking use this artificial shit because it's cool. And then the Krenko was like an arms dealer during the time, so he got a lot of money, and then the Orzhov also got a lot of money. They're profiteering essentially. So some of the Simic were studying the oil. Some of them who are studying the oil were trying to find a cure. The other part of the Simic, though, has already been creating a mutant army, essentially, an army of super soldiers. And that's another reason that Oba was like, what were you using the soldiers? Well, like, because they were making it before the invasion. It's like the fucking Clone Wars, right? On I remember the fucking Water Planet, whatever. But it's kind of like the Clone Wars situation. It's like you're making an army for a war that hasn't happened. Yeah, what are you doing? So like the Simic have been making these super soldiers, and when the invasion occurred, and Simic was like, "Hey, we got these super soldiers lying around," Oba was like, "Why?" Yeah, the is it Viashino, Kayazar or whatever his name? He was an accident because she was trying to kill Kinko. Yeah, but Oba didn't want to hear it. Yeah. And the reason she killed Teysa is because Teysa, if I recall correctly, was being like a double agent or double agent. I don't know what it's called. She was like pretending to be in cahoots with the Phyrexians or some shit. I don't remember. I didn't read the double agent yet. But again, Oba doesn't give a fuck. She was like, "Hey, you were talking to Phyrexian." She's like, "Bro, I was doing it for the betterment of the Ravnica." It's like, "Fuck you, eat a dick." So she was just pissed. She was like, "You people don't deserve to be on Ravnica because you didn't protect Ravnica when it needed protected." And Tristani, in a way, as she's not even the Avatar, but like as like a functional piece of Matt Selesnya, who's the world soul, is Ravnica. Yeah. But yeah, so she had been accumulating some power, and she was able to draw on it when she was accused. She was able to draw on it and knock her sisters unconscious. And then they were fighting. At some point, she gets distracted. I'm gonna lose my fucking voice. She gets distracted long enough for the other two to wake up and subdue her. And people are like, what the fuck are we supposed to do? Because she's connected to the goddamn earth, and she's like directly connected to the Perrin. Matt Selesnya is a whole weird thing, but essentially they're under heavy guard. Let's see. Kaya fought back, phasing through the vines, and with the help of Estrada, trapping Oba within the barrier wards, giving her sisters time to render her unconscious. Oba's sisters were embarrassed for her wrongdoings and entered a period of meditation to try and understand and help bring Oba back in line with a desire of harmony. Because all of them are aspects. Sim is harmony. Oba is life, Incessus order, right? So the order and the harmony were being shut out, and the one who cares about life was like, they didn't care about life. They don't deserve theirs. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Let's see. Bring Oba back in line, leaving Amartanis to lead the guilds. Lavinia took to analyzing the guild pack to see if there was any rationale for arresting her. Lavinia wants to fucking throw her in jail. Kaya regretted not killing her in the heat of the fight, but Tasa's ghost reassured her that she would submit to Selesnya. She would submit the Selesnya to a lawsuit so punishing they would wish Oba had died. So the guild is going to get sued. Lavinia is looking if there's a way to arrest. I assume she means specifically Oba and not Tristani as a whole. Right? Don't know how she would be under anything other than house arrest. But yeah, this is what I want to see more of. I don't think there are any direct references to the Phyrexians in the set. Like, I don't think there's fucking, I don't recall seeing any, like, Phyrexian looking Hulks and shit that have been destroyed, whatever. I mean, there's still, like, no Lazotep or whatever, but hey, maybe the Lazotep has been used for Azorius jewelry. But the fact that we come back to a set, and the purpose, the reason that the set exists, is a direct continuation of the fact that they were invaded. Right? It wasn't swept under the rug. We didn't come back and it was just, oh, it was just a murder mystery that was, you know, another guild leader wanting to kill the other guild leaders for the sole purpose of getting their guild more power. Right? She killed them because she thought they were traitors. Right? And I also like that storytelling because she doesn't see herself as the bad guy. She sees herself as the justice for Ravnica, because in her eyes, Teysa should have been killed or in prison, and the same with Zagana, possibly Vannifar, I'm not sure, Krenko, definitely. Fucking is it legal? I don't fucking know. Kind of Judith's bit. Where was Judith's bit? What? Premi Rakdos? Oh. Yeah, that was the whole fucking situation. The thing, though, is she was... Oba was able to mind control people, though. Like, she mind controlled Etrata to do, like, one of the kills. To kill, I think, Zagana. I haven't read the actual story, so I don't know if Judith was also mind controlled to do Rakdos shit, but the Rakdos witches are cunts anyway. Like, they are. And Rakdos was actually mad because one of the cultists, Hekara, I think, died during this event, but they were able to, like, bring her back to life somehow. And Exava was like, fuck this bitch. She just wanted to control. Yeah, sounds like something Judith would do. And Exava was like, fuck this bitch. They got in a fight. Exava lost, and Rakdos fucking turned that bitch to dust. Judith is not my control. Alright, fuck Judith. Judith Priest. Yeah, no, I'm very happy about how they decided to do this set. Anyway, back to cards. Krenko's Buzz Crusher. 2 double red for a 4/4 Insect Thopter with Flying and Trample. Don't know where the fuck Krenko got this, but you know, he's a war profiteer, arms dealer. It makes sense, actually, now to think about it. When it enters the battlefield, for each player, destroy up to 1... Is this supposed to be like that? When it enters the battlefield, for each player, destroy up to 1 non-basic land that player controls. This doesn't target. This doesn't target. This can destroy Lotus Field. This can straight up just destroy Lotus Field. Obviously, it also hits Nykthos. Cool. Anyway, for each land destroyed this way, its controller may search their library for a basic land card and put on the battlefield tapped. That is the entire point? Oh, okay. I didn't know. I mean, it's also just a 4-mana 4/4 flying trample. Like, it's still reasonable. 10 Street Gossip. 2 red-green for a 4/4 Vicino Advisor, I was going to say adversary, with Vigilance. Tap, add red-green. Spend this mana only to cast face-down spells or turn creatures face-up. Cool. I mean, 4-mana 4/4 Vigilance is also still, like, pretty decent. We already talked about Thinking Cap. Soul Enervation. 3 and a black for an enchantment with Flash. When it enters the battlefield, target creature gets -4/-4 until end of turn. Whenever one more creature cards leave your graveyard, each opponent loses 1 life, and you gain 1 life. It's meat hook atrocity. I don't fucking know. I'm gonna mute myself real quick. All right. The card is fine. I mean, it's pretty reasonable removal. Unfortunately, the fucking motherfuckers have ward, which is difficult. Hey, look, it's Judith being an asshole to Agris Koss, aka my homie. She couldn't have Argus getting away. Yeah, alright, fair. That poor dude. Again, I said before, this man is the epitome of I'm getting too old for this shit. Person of Interest. 3 and a red for a 2/2 human rogue. When it's a battlefield, you make a detective. 4 mana for 2/2 bodies. This works really nicely in the white-red small guy deck, the 2-power deck. It's 2 creatures that can block morphs. I mean, it's a good card. Toxin Analysis. She looks like someone. I can't figure out who she looks like, but she looks like fucking somebody. I don't know who. Anyway, single black mana for an instant. Target creature gains Death Touch and Lifelink until end of turn. Investigate. Reasonable card is reasonable. You get to investigate. You give a creature fucking Death Touch to trade up. Whoopi Goldberg. No. I can see what you mean, but no. Like, I feel like I'm not thinking about a person, but like a character? I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, good cards. Pretty decent. Breakout. It's definitely serving Whoopi. Red and green for sorcery. Look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card from among them. If that card has mana value 2 or less, you may put it on the battlefield and it gains haste until end of turn. If you didn't put it on the battlefield this way, put it in your hand. Put the rest in the bottom of your library in any order. You get to look at the top 6. You get a creature. If that creature happens to be cheap, you get to play it for free and has haste. This is reasonable. It's fine. Pretty good on top deck situation. It's only uncommon. Oh, all right. It's cool. Reasonable Doubt. It's Arya Stark mixed with someone. But you can't tell me this is not giving Arya Stark a little bit. 1 and a blue, instant. Counter spell unless its controller pays 2. Suspect up to 1 target creature. Good card. It's good card. Inside Source. 2 and a red for a 1/1 human citizen. When it enters the battlefield, you make a 2/2. 3 and tap. Target detective you control gets +2/+0 and gains vigilance until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. Card's fine. 3 mana for 2 bodies. For more 3 mana, you can tap this. You can make your little detectives bigger. Cool. Detective Satchel. 2 blue-red for an artifact. Enters the battlefield. Investigate twice. Tap it. Create a 1/1 colorless artifact creature token with flying. Activate only if you sacrifice an artifact this turn. Notably, this can still be done at instant speed. Lenny Briscoe Superfan. Not the actual name, but whatever. 2 and a white for a 1/4 human detective. When this enters the battlefield, and whenever you solve a case, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal an enchantment card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. You may use mana as though it were mana of any color to cast case spells. Okay, I appreciate that she can get any enchantment, but she keeps going with cases. Yes. I appreciate that, because they could have made it so she only gets cases, and she would suck. I mean, she's good. She's uncommon. She blocks pretty well. If you have a couple cases already in your draft, she's probably fine. Reenact the crime. 1 triple blue. It's fucking Etrata. That's so weird. Instant. Exile target non-land card in a graveyard that was put there from anywhere this turn. Copy it. You may cast the copy without paying it cost. Exile target non-land card that was put there from anywhere this turn. What? That's cool. So if a creature's died, you can make a copy of the creature. If someone cast a spell, you get to copy that spell. And notably, you cast the copy. I like this card. Like, this is the type of card where if it were mythic, I'd be like, yeah, I'm fine with this being mythic. It's you know, it's not mythic in terms of power level necessarily, but in terms of the splash level, the complexity, it's cool. Lens Flare. 2 blue-red for a sorcery, draw 2 cards, then you may discard 2 cards. When you do, it deals X damage to each creature, where X is the highest mana value among the discarded cards. Why is red-blue getting better fucking board wipes than black? Like, at the worst, this is a 4 mana draw 2 cards, which is underrate, but it has the added utility of being able to just board wipe. Like, fuck, what? Wizard hates me and everything I love. Dominion Scheming. 3 and a black for an enchantment with flash. When it enters the battlefield, put a counterfeit counter on each creature you control. Whenever a creature you control with a counterfeit counter on it dies, exile it and return up to 1 other target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. For a creature you control with a counterfeit counter dies, exile it and return up to 1 other target creature card from the graveyard to the battlefield. This should work with tokens. I agree. It's convoluted, but cool. Art's dope as well. I still hate the new Ravnican goblins. Leering Onlooker. 1 and a black for a 1/3 flying vampire. Pay 2 double black to exile this from your graveyard. Create 2 tapped 1/1 black bats. Notably, you can cast it instant, but they are tapped. Good card. Is this a guildless vampire? That's interesting. If I recall correctly, the vast majority of the blood vampires are Orzovan. Some of them are Rakdos. The vast majority of the mind vampires are Dimir. In fact, they might only be Dimir. I remember because there's 2 different vampires, the blood vampires and the mind vampires. This looks neutral enough to be guildless. That's interesting. Vengeful Tracker. 1 and a red for a 2/2. Hey, it's a bear. It's a human detective. When an opponent sacrifices an artifact, Vengeful Tracker deals 2 damage to them. I like this card. It punishes treasures in general. She also has drip, yeah. It punishes treasures in general. And in limited, it punishes the clue decks. Notably, it doesn't count yourself, so you can sack all the fucking treasures you want. Cool hate card is cool. Make your move. 2 and a white, or an instant, destroy target artifact, enchantment, or creature with power 4 or greater. This is, I think, one of the better of these cards. Yeah, I think this is one of the better versions. It's Lesnia and Golgari. Makeshift Binding. Yeah, so they're showing that this is Oba, which doesn't make any goddamn sense, but whatever. Tune away. For an enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, exile target creature an opponent controls until it leaves the battlefield. You gain 2. It's fine. It's an O-ring type effect that gains you some life. It's a wrench. We've talked about the wrench. Hold Case Cracker. 3 and a blue for a 3/3 Spirit Detective. Who's hot AF. She has flying. When she dies, investigate. Coveted Falcon. 1 double blue for a 1/4 artifact bird with flying. When it attacks, gain control of target permanent you own, but don't control. Disguise of 1 and a blue. When Covetous Falcon is turned face up, target opponent gains control of any number of target permanents that you control. Draw a card for each one they gain control of this way. That is interesting. It's very strange. It works nicely with Zedru. So like at the end of one of your opponent's turns, you can flip this up, give a bunch of things to an opponent. You can only target one opponent with this, so that's fine. On your upkeep, Zedru will trigger. You'll get a bunch of... Oh, for what it's worth, you draw a card for each of those as well. But you draw a card and gain a bunch of life. And then there are a bunch of different ways. Wishclaw Talisman. Oh, yeah. This works hilariously with Wishclaw Talisman. You play Coveted Falcon. Then you activate Wishclaw Talisman. You attack with the Falcon. And immediately get your Wishclaw Talisman back. Because if I recall correctly, that is activated only as a sorcery. Cerebral Confiscation. That's fucked. Tone of black for a sorcery, target opponent discards 2 cards, or target opponent reveals their hand, you choose a non-land card from it, that player discards that card. This is the first Mind Rot effect that I actually like. You either get quantity or quality. I appreciate that. Oh, it's actually activated during your turn, so you can activate it not at sorcery, but it still just has to be turn. That's cool. Unscrupulous Agent. 1 and a black for a 1/1 elf detective. Jams the battlefield, target opponent exiles a card from their hand. I mean, we've seen similar things to this. Something rats. I don't know. It's a fucking 2-mana 1/1. Enters, they discard a card. The fact that exiles is good for multiple reasons, but yeah. Suspicious Detonation. 4 and a red. Gee, my brain. This spell costs 3 less to cast. If you've sacrificed an artifact this turn, the spell cannot be countered. Suspicious Detonation deals 4 damage to target creature. You have to have sacrificed the artifact. In general, it's 5 mana for 4 damage to a creature. That's not great. It can't be countered, which is great. And sometimes it'll cost 2. Sure. What if Lazav pretended to be dead to take over the agency in the future? Is Lazav allegedly dead now? I didn't read anything that said that. Doesn't seem like they've updated Lazav's thing yet. He's allegedly dead. For what it's worth, don't fucking believe Atrado. I do not think he's dead. One, he's a shapeshifter. He's going to be difficult to confirm if he's dead or not. 2, the Perrin and original guildmaster of the Dimir, Sadek, Lord of Secrets. Prof says it's bullshit. Yeah, it's almost certainly bullshit. Sadek has been dead plenty of times. In fact, Lazav says that sometimes he will talk to the ghost of Sadek, which technically is still an agrium, which is still kind of a thing. It's kind of where the ghosts in Ravnica live, but it's no longer overlaid, so now it is a different like plane of existence, but it's still like a thing. It's weird. But yeah, Lazav is a sneaky bitch, and I assume he's learned some sneaky bitch tactics from Sadek. Anyway, this card's whatever. Rope. Yeah, we talked about rope because it's fucking 3 mana to equip instead of the other. Ooh. That art's fine. This art is insane. This art goes hard. Coercer Kill. 3 blue-black for an enchant creature. You control enchanted creature. Enchanted creature has base power and toughness, 1/1, and has death touch, and is an assassin in addition to its other types. This is a cool card. You get the creature, but if it's big, you don't get it because it's big. It has death touch, so you can trade, like essentially 2 for 1 with another one of your opponent's creatures. If they attack you, you fucking block them, or both of them die. Blah blah blah. But you still get like any other value. It's cool. I like it. Also, the art is insane. Gravestone Strider. That is horrifying. 2 mana for a 1/3 artifact gold. Pay 1, add 1 mana of any color, activate only once each turn. Okay, I guess that makes sense. So we have a mana filter ability. Pay 2 and exile this from your graveyard. Exile target card from a graveyard. This card is fine. It's a limited 2 mana 1/3. Crowd Control Warden. 3 green-white for a 4/4 Centaur Soldier. As it enters the battlefield or is turned face up, put X wall counters on it, where X is the number of other creatures you control. Unfortunately, she doesn't counter self. But even like getting 1/1 counter to be a 5 mana 5/5, pretty reasonable. Getting a second to be a 5 mana 6/6 is already pretty good in limit. And her disguise is 3 double Selesnya. World Soul's Rage. Yeah, I'm just so very confused. Because they specified, like, specifically that Oba has long hair. I'd have to double check. Her hair tangled with leaves and vines. Says hair was held in place by a headpiece. Sim does not talk about her hair. Anyway, the card. X red-green for a sorcery. World Soul's Rage deals X damage to any target. Put up to X land cards from your hand and or graveyard on the battlefield tapped. Cool. It's removal and kind of ramp. Notably, no, nothing, whatever. Anyway, flavor text. Hoarding supplies, profiting from death and destruction, colluding with the invaders. Every one of them betrayed Ravnica in its time of greatest need. They all deserve to die, and I'm not done yet. Oba fought Realmbreaker's corruption alone. Oba fought Realmbreaker's corruption alone? Hiding her pain even from her sisters. Even after everything she's done, I can't hate her, I pity her. Oh, did she? I don't remember them being out of commission. No being was more damaged by the Phyrexian invasion than Tristani, who acts as the emissary of all living things on Ravnica, specifically Oba. Unbeknownst to her sisters, single-handedly embodied Vitu-Ghazi and lent her strength to the tree so that it would not be corrupted by Realmbreaker. Her senses spread through the plane. As a result, she felt the suffering of each person slain or completed by the Phyrexians. She saw the actions of Ravnican citizens who used the invasion to their advantage. I didn't realize that she alone fought off the corruption of Vitu-Ghazi. Yeah, I mean, like, that's what Proft is saying here. It's like, it's understandable. Her actions are not excusable, but they are understandable. Yeah. Cool. Slice from the shadows. X in the black. For an instant, the spell can't be countered. Get fucked. Target creature gets -X until end of turn. Cool. The only one she wasn't wrong about was Krenko. I mean, Krenko's a piece of shit. Arms dealers in general are going to be pieces of shit, so. And Anzrag's Rampage. Why is this mole buff as fuck, dude? 3 double red. Destroy all artifacts that you don't control. Then exile the top X cards of your library, where X is the number of artifacts that were put into graveyards from the battlefield this turn. You may put a creature card exiled this way onto the battlefield. It gains haste. Return it to your hand at the beginning of the next end step. Your shit stays exiled, notably. If nothing else, it destroys artifacts. It's fine. Audience with Tristani. 2 and a green. Sorcery. Create a 0/1 green plant creature token, then draw cards equal to the number of differently named creature tokens you control. Oh, that's cool. They have 3 gods at least. Yeah, we've seen 2 of them. Okay. Maybe the hood is just a designation of who's in the middle. I don't fucking know. I'm trying to I'm grasping at straws here. So this would be Sim and this would be Cess. The fact that she doesn't have a headpiece makes it very helpful. So if I consider the idea that the hood is the designator of the middle one, then fine. This art is good because it differentiates these two. Like that's one of the main issues. So this would be Oba. Oba. Sim Cess. Oba. I would say Sim Cess, but they're also like not in a normal position, so whatever. Unauthorized exit. Get back here, motherfuckers. I like this version better. 1 in a blue. For an instant, return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand, surveil 1. You can target your own shit, that's cool. You get to surveil 1, that's cool. Cool shit. It's a common? On the Yob. Interesting. 2 double blue. For an instant, creatures you control get +2/+1 until end of turn. Investigate. Yeah, this is the white +2/+blank with set mechanic for 4 mana. The reason I don't know, it feels pretty good for a common, especially for specifically Popper. The chase is on. 2 in a red, instant. Target creature gets +3/+0 and gains first strike until end of turn. Investigate. Yeah. Murder. Zagana got fucked. One double black, instant destroy target creature. If you're playing limited, just kills things. Except it's worse in this limited format because of Ward. Why is she floating here? Jace's party was definitely over. Ooh. Niv Mizzet. Guild Pact. I wasn't sure we were going to see a Niv Mizzet here. Cool. Rainbow. For a 6/6 legendary creature, dragon avatar. So he is now the... I mean, he's the Guild Pact, so he's an avatar of the Guild Pact. So, cool. In hindsight, it's funny she failed to kill the only one who really had it coming. Yeah, it's funny. But like that's the thing about sneaky arm dealers. They're sneaky. Niv has flying and hexproof from multicolored. Can't be targeted by multicolored shit. He's essentially protected from guilds, right? That's the general idea. Whenever Niv Mizzet, Guild Pact, deals combat damage to a player, it deals X damage to any target. Target player draws X cards, and you gain X life, where X is the number of different color pairs among permanents you control that are exactly 2 colors. So, X can be as large as 10. That is the max. But dealing 10 damage to anything, drawing 10 cards, and gaining 10 life, pretty goddamn good. Obviously works very nicely with his other version. His other 5-color version that isn't the avatar. Oh, it is the avatar. It wasn't okay, it's not the Aftermath one. Yeah, my bad. With the Reborn one. Because you can get color pairs from it. I love how this one has hexproof from monocolored. I mean, you have to kind of make a guild deck now, right? God damn it. Damn it, to keep that up, I gotta make a guild deck. Anyway, hidden in plain sight. 3 and a green for a sorcery. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. Cloak 2 of those cards and put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. It's actually hilarious. Oh, they're like animal things. You can see, like, this is the hind leg, like its forelegs are like here-ish, head, eyes obviously, and then like this one looks like this is the hind area. Maybe it's sitting down. Maybe this is a tail. It's cool. I like it. I think it's cool. Yeah, chill. Rope Respecter, whatever. 1 and a white for a 1/1 flying lifelink human detective. Whenever another detective enters the battlefield under your control, or a detective you control is turn face up, this card gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Meh, I don't care. Yeah, no, it's easier to make sure you get something that you can flip, for sure. Hamcat. Okay. Single white. It's for a 1/1 cat. Its disguise of 1 and a white. When it's turn face up, return another target permanent you control to its owner's hand. Put a 1/1 counter on the cat. This is fine. 2 leeches for the price of 1. 3 and black for a 2/4 leech. It's a pillar free locks. At the beginning of combat in your turn, target creature you control with power 2 or less gets +1/+0 and gains death touch until end of turn. Okay, so it can attack by itself as a 3/4 with death touch, or it can give some shit to other people. Cool. Okay. Now. Have I talked about Manifire? I feel like I talked about Manifire. Yeah, I'm almost certain I have. Damn. This art is great. I love that she's dressed up for the party. Yeah, I remember talking about her because I talked about her collar looking like a lunar butterfly. The issue is that I'm unsure. Unsure if there anything left that I didn't talk about. And I had to remember from a while ago too, which is not the best. But I do want to make sure that I hit everything. I remember that. Vaguely remember that. We're being mad about that. Okay. Based on the fact that there weren't any in white, I assume there won't be any more. Okay, remember intrude. Yeah, okay. At this point, I think I can just scroll to new. Yeah. And I think only the ones that say new were ones that were spoiled today. So I can skip things a little bit more. Yeah, I remember it. Alright, so we've gone through everything.